Gold wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Mitch is going to be out today. I guess he ate something he shouldn't have. Happens to the best of us, but I hope everyone's happy for another day in what is the most insane bull market in the history of time. Like, look at this thing, crazy. And now we're gapping up today. Another, it was 0.5% at one point. Now it's like 0.25%. Cannot stop. We'll break that down. You'll get to hear me waffle on for most of it until the boys come in and just start chatting about a lot. There's a lot going on here. So let's just get into it. Let's cover it. So yeah, the S&P 500 up big, pretty much. You know, this is the overnight session. This slow uptrend, right? Dips are getting bought. It's what you want to see in an uptrend, right? Higher highs, higher lows, all the way up. And then, you know, something probably I haven't checked on. I haven't been on Twitter this morning, but probably something was said by the dude, and that kind of caused a little bit of a pullback here as well. I know we had some economic numbers. We'll take a look at it in a minute as well. But still holding up really strong, right? So, yeah, Trump. I'm not happy with the Supreme Court. So, yeah, it's one of those. Geez. Yeah, he's been chatting this morning. Oh, there we go. He was on CNBC. So that's what's happening. So he was on CNBC all morning. The last tweet I see talking about what he was talking about was 50 seconds ago. So we're still getting it. So just be careful. But, you know, slow grind, sitting at all-time highs. Again, we're kind of up in this area, right? If we take a look, we're at 710. And the high there was 712. And the high here was 710. So we're above yesterday's high. We're close to that all-time high. Generally not bearish, right? I was learned in CMT, new all-time highs are not something that happens in bear market. As I see, there he is. So we're not talking about psychedelic companies anymore. You saw what happened with MindMed there. It's up. I think talking about it's probably jinxing us, but that was yesterday's candle. So the ban is back on for speaking about those things. RSP or the Qs doing phenomenal, breaking out here. Some good relative strength to this morning, or at least higher beta. And RSP. So this is what I kind of really wanted to point out. I think this is the biggest story of yesterday. It's just look at the bar yesterday in RSP. Right? Gap down, rallied all day, closed at the highs, and like really zoom into the candle. Right. So the low of the day was pretty much the open. So we opened, they started buying it. And then the high of the day was pretty much the top, right? So huge pop. And then we reversed into that. And then if you take a look at the SPY, you can see, yeah, you know, we gap down, we just mess around a bit, and we close at lows. So just insane relative strength for RSP. Well, what does that mean? That means we are getting other sectors that are interesting, other sectors that are popping up with, right? Healthcare had a good day, or having a good day this morning. So healthcare is kind of bottoming out. Financials have been on a tear. And when you're seeing the RSP move, you're seeing this kind of across the board, right? So that's what you want to see, right? People will call it the broadening out of the rally, whatever you want to call it. But it's, to me, always fine when the leaders are doing the most amount of winning. And then it also, to me, makes the most sense when it comes to, you want to see everyone else catch up, right? So the leaders can lead, but if the followers don't follow the leader, then I think you have a problem, right? I've got no problem with narrow-based rallies to start the market, because people like to go into familiar names, safe names, things like that. But you want to see this broadening out, and it is, without a shadow of a doubt, what we're seeing across the board with, right, everything else, like IWM, even with the SPY down yesterday. Where's my IWM? IWM was up yesterday and cracking at all-time highs. So the SPY was only one day, but we know what that means. We know that means that Mag 7 in particular, right, struggling, where everything else is just ripping. That to me is just rotation. It's people made a ton of money in these Mag 7 names right off the lows, huge rip in them. Now it's time to rotate out. So just some big little bit stories. I'll cover some stories because our boy Mitch is eating the wrong things. Apple, of course, right? Tim Apple, famously known as Tim Apple, stepped down and was replaced by someone else. He's going to be an executive chair or something. So it's not like the dude's not going to have a say. Kudos, right? I was reading all the stats going around. He has built more shareholder wealth than any human being in the history of mankind. So congratulations, right? If you are an Apple shareholder, you might be a little nervous to see the guy who's built more wealth than anyone in history go. But I would imagine they have vetted the new guy real well, and with him staying on as like executive chair, you can see how muted the reaction was. Initially, off the bat, huge moves, kind of up and down. This is the algos attacking. And then we settle in pretty much where we were yesterday, just down a little bit. So it seems like a muted reaction there. Another thing I want to talk about before we bring on some guests here is CAR. This thing is insane. This is the most, I think it's officially, it can't be the most craziest chart, because there is HKD and all that. One of the craziest charts I've ever seen, for sure. Just absolute huge. And I think the most interesting thing of this is that it's not ripping. Like, it's not, GME have like 200% move in a day, like huge moves. Right? If you go back to the GME charts, it was crazy. It was all over the place. The one day, the whole thing took place in like a week, just crazy action. I think what's really fascinating on CAR is that each of these candles are like 10%, give or take, but just the unrelenting every day to the upside. And we talked about what happened, right, is that a couple of hedge funds own most of the shares in this one. And so the actual tradable market cap is different. And I think it's just a perpetual short squeeze, right? It's not like your crazy low float, because you get some sort of low float move. Usually you see just like a huge, like 200% rally, and then it crashes back down, right? We can all use Battle in memory of our boy Kevin, right? Just Battle. This makes more sense to me. Huge gaps, huge moves. This is a low float runner. It goes from like $3 to $30 and then just crashes right back down. With CAR, I think what's getting everybody and what's screwing up a lot of people who have been shorting it the way up is just how it's just a little, it opens, there's no gap. It opens right where it closes, because it's not small enough to have retail do these crazy gaps up and crazy gaps down. So it's like it opens right where it closes, because retail has no power in the pre and post market, and then it just rips all day. And then it opens where it closes, and then it rips all day. And I think that's what's getting everyone. And it's funny to see the annoyance of people out there. I talked about right on Friday, so I'm obviously down in them right now, but on Friday I bought some puts. The reason I did puts, again, I talked about this yesterday, was just the ability to define my risk and sleep fine at night. If the puts go to zero, oh well, it's a bad trade. They happen all the time, often trades. But if we get some sort of crazy reversal, it happens from there as well. Because at some point, the company would be insane not to say, okay, our we're up 600% from the lows here. We 6x'd our gain. Let's do an offering. I don't think that happens intraday. I think that happens probably overnight one day. So it could be another huge rip today. But looking at the pre-market, it had a crazy push up to, it was like 750. It's not on this chart. Let's take a look here at, I was watching this on, TrendSpider, TradingView would do it. Car, and then just do like a 30-minute chart. And pre and post market. Right, yeah, so it ripped up to like almost 750 and then just popped back down. So some interesting action going on here in the pre-market, but again, I think this is problem with these things is they're so hard to trade because it will all happen at once. There'll be some downgrades and they'll have raised money and there'll be like all the news and everything will just flood out at once. You'll have like a long squeeze, like a margin type of thing. And that's what happened in, let's go at PSKY now. So I finally found, I was trying to find like an analog for you guys. Like, what does this chart actually look like? Oh, it didn't. This chart doesn't have it either. Hold on. This is why I have so many charting platforms. PSKY. Ding dong. Hey, Jane. What's going on? Do you remember this, first of all? I don't hear you there. That's some audio issues, so we'll work on that. I'm wondering if she remembers what this. So this is Paramount Skydance. I don't know what it was before. It was not Paramount Skydance. It was something. And this is the, like, you know, using my old man memory of what does this remind me of? This is the closest I could find. Now, if we remember what has actually happened in order to do this, like what happened to cause this move, it was kind of the same thing. It was a hedge fund trying to buy up the entire float. And I forget the guy's name. Someone in chat will remind me. He went to jail for a while because he was, essentially what he was doing is he had a bunch of margin. And then as the stock went up, it would increase the amount of margin he had. And he just plowed it into the stock. And as it went up, the amount of, and he was 20, 30 times leveraged or something in this thing by the end of it. And then something happened, right? Something always happens. They were looking to raise money or whatever it was. And then you can see this huge crash. I don't know, obviously, if that's going to happen in car. If it does, if it did, I would have a much larger than my little tiny, right, risk 1% of my account kind of position. However, it could. Right. But this is the closest I kept looking for what is a chart that is like the closest facsimile I could find. And that was this one. And again, knowing after the fact, it was a hedge fund blow. There's been a couple YouTube documentaries on it you can watch. If someone remembers his name. Let me just Google Paramount stock leverage collapse. See if I can find the name of the happened from there. But yeah, it was Warner Brothers, I guess, before that. But yeah, there was a big hedge fund that just it's one of those, as I'm reading about it, I'm like, of course it's gonna happen, but it's the same kind of thing that happens with like Ponzi schemes, I think. It's not intentional what the issue is. Like they don't start out being if you watch on Netflix, there's a whole thing about Bernie Madoff. It's a really good like docuseries type thing, and it was the same idea. Is that right? He didn't go into business being a fraud. He went into business because he had this really unique edge in market making markets, and then slowly over time that hedge degraded. Oh, I can hear you now, Jane, back there. Yeah, I can hear you if that's working. But
very interesting.
hello.
I don't know. Hey. All right.
Hey, when
Awesome.
I got in,
Yes. Go
if
for
it makes you feel better, my audio was messed up when I came in too. So we're gonna blame EV Mux on that one. It's not our
All right,
fault.
that's it. So we got to give a heads up to everybody joining today. Check your audio. It was showing good once I came in when I, doing the testing, and then whatever. I've also got car. I got a little, you guys were talking about it. I'm in the midst of packing up my house for that international move. And so now we are setting up, I saw you guys chatting about it in the after hours about car. I totally missed it all day, but I remember too. Do you remember it was Elfin?
Elf? Was that the...
Elfin, no, LFIN. It's no more. And there was also the one with Martin Scarelli, K-Bio. Remember K-Bio, where Martin Scarelli, there's a Netflix documentary about him that he raised the price overnight and he took away the right to short his shares. And so it went from $6 to $300 in about 10 days. And so the low float squeeze effect, which car is definitely a low float squeezer as well. Right now, actually, car has 72% short volume overnight. So are we going to see a continuation squeeze move? You were saying 750. In my opinion, we are likely going to see a short squeeze move to the upside, especially since we have pretty much taken out yesterday's highs with our pre-market action. And 72% of that volume yesterday was short. So the way I look at that is 22% of the volume from yesterday has to cover this morning. Otherwise, guess what? They're going to get those margin calls. Those margin calls come out and they say, you need to cover your position or else we are going to force cover you. We are going to go ahead and cover your position. We don't care what the price is. So either you do it or we do it for you. And that creates the buying demand plus hitting all-time highs. So you end up seeing this massive impulse move at the beginning of the market open, especially if we're opening up at highs. I right now have a set sell for $749.50. So let's see if we get there. I also have it bracketed at the open, but I think car is definitely going to be going up the hill, but with gas prices, who knows if we're going to see that we see this steam run out and the shorts start to take over like we see with many other low float runs. The thing is, with a low float stock, you don't want to be on the wrong side of that short trade. Also, looking at SQQQ, if we look at the SQQQ daily chart right now, Michael is seeing this. I saw it. Honestly, I don't pay attention to the news, right? I am not a news trader. I am a bigger money trader. And on SQQQ for today, I am seeing, let's see if I can even put my chart up. I tried, I'm just having issues with my computer, I think. So with SQQQ, when we look at this, they just repositioned to 56.89. for their bigger money level. So if we start to see that we go above 56.90, okay, awesome. Let's bring it over here. Put it on. I put it on my chart. It's not there. Okay, in any event. 56.89 is going to be where we need to break above, and that's them repositioning, potentially selling the Qs. They also repositioned on SRTY at 31.13. So if they are looking to potentially, they're starting to change their moves, starting to change their positions, I should say. For SRTY, we're looking at 31.33. So they just repositioned and ripped the Russell higher, right? The Dow, I haven't really seen any moves yet, but also on UVXY, I've seen that they've moved their bigger money position to 38.80. We're at 38.70, right? So we have the tenuous point of, is this ceasefire over? Many times we see that on a Wednesday or Thursday, we get those massive moves in the market. right? So
and that's the deadline, right? So that also lines up with, right, the ceasefire ends unless they come up with some sort of deal on Wednesday. So that's, I guess, when they're meeting. So that's going to be a pretty high tension day, I think, for all sides, especially the market, right? Because it's one of those, does he taco again? I think that's probably what's expected and baked in. So if there is no taco, maybe there be some sort of, right? It seems like we're pricing in a all clear. So yeah, on Wednesday, if we don't get an all clear, interesting.
yeah, and are we going to see, I don't even know, do they have it on Forex Factory of a time for him to talk? I'm just checking now for tomorrow.
Well, he's
Nothing
still,
today.
he's yapping all morning. He was actually on CNBC, which I thought he would kind of hate CNBC. I thought that was part of it, but yeah, it was still 10 minutes ago. Okay, so I think he's probably done now, because I can always tell when he's talking, because Walter Bloomberg's just, it's like Trump and then some insane statement and Trump and then just over and over again. So yeah, so I think he's done now, and then we're done most other things that we care about already today.
For sure. Now, also, we've got some bigger moving stocks that had earnings. We have UNH. I know you're loving that UNH trade. I'm seeing that their big money position from earnings. I like to peg it like Brian Shannon has certain areas that he likes to peg. I like to peg it to the earnings time. So 346.85 is what I'm seeing for UNH today. Let's bring it on over here. Let's bring it to a 5-minute chart. Let's go ahead and throw that on. I'll adjust it, the points here. Oh, did it twice. 346.85 for the earnings, right? So that is from the earnings point in time. Oh, I guess I did a vertical line by mistake. Pardon me. I'm not patient with this. You have to click it and then let it populate. There we go. So 346.85 for the horizontal line for the bigger money there. All right. And if we look at Triple M, also had earnings pulling back to the downside today. Their bigger price level to watch is going to be 149.45. So they tested it, and they are pulling back again. I like to put them on so that I know pretty much where we are in relation. Also on GE today for earnings, they had a big drawdown as well, 290.26. So we are above that right now.
And
so
also,
we can have a nice, yeah.
Take a look at Webull. I know they're talking about it in the chat. That thing's just been on fire. So let me know what your levels say there, because they did a $100 million buyback. I guess. Okay. So yeah, so it's not what you don't expect buybacks from companies that have been kicked this hard in the teeth, but they've got the money, I guess, to do a $100 million buyback. So
they traded car.
Yeah, there you go. Well, it went from $4.70 all the way up to $7-8. So yeah, huge move off as soon as the lows came in. And then so this morning we're up to 750 or so.
767. Yeah.
So another huge push. That's again, it's a tiny company to do, and everyone was pricing this thing as if it was going to go bankrupt. So I think that's like the ultimate kind of FU move to the market, where you're like, no, not only are we doing fine, we're doing so fine that we're going to put some money in and buy back our shares. We think our shares are undervalued. I don't know. It's a good signal.
524 for the daily, and for the intraday at 768 up here right now. So now you're looking at, some profit taking has happened, but we're not going to, I think personally, let's check as well. Let's bring this over. Let's just look here and bull, right? So I got a short volume to check it out. You can see for car, it's just been insanely high. The right one over here is 0 to 100%. We have been above 50 for the past month for CAR. So that has a really high short volume. So let's look at bull as well. Also Tesla and Apple both hit former bigger money sell levels. And so I'm starting to see that corresponds with the drawdown on Apple and also on Tesla. Ignoring the news, just looking at where the big money has sold in the past. So for Webull, right now, it's still more longs than shorts. So checking that out, it looks pretty good. If we look at Tesla, they have a fairly high short volume. Since the 8th of April, we've gone into over 50% every day. So that can create those short squeezes, much like we saw with the SPY. We saw it with all the indexes. Everybody wanted to peg that top. All of a sudden, we have it drop down to 40% where everybody was shorting from the bottom, right? So now are those shorts done? And now it's really going to crash. Same thing with the Qs. We see that the short volume has dropped below 50%. So is this, oh my goodness, the short run is done. The short squeeze is done on the bigger indexes as well. Let's check Mag 7 and see. I agree that it is the Mag 7 that's really, oh no, Mags. There we go. Nope. Yeah.
Well, and I think
7.
we can easily have a move without it being a short squeeze too, just because, like we talked about, there's the whole career risk aspect where there's so many people, and if you look at the flows, actually I've got a chart up here. These are the net flows into the Qs and the XLK, and they puked the lows again. You can see huge negative outflows from institutions, this number is the net flows period. So it's not going to be, retail's not going to be a huge amount in here. It could be some. But yeah, they puked the lows. So on the XLK, and they puked the lows in the Qs. So huge outflows. And you can see bigger than tariff tantrum by a long shot, right? Bigger outflows in the tariff tantrum, which is right here. Bigger outflows than, funny enough, it's like the exact bottom of the last bear market. So this is an interesting indicator I keep an eye on, because we know how wrong these guys are. You can just see it in their returns. And yeah, they puked the lows. So even without a short squeeze, I think there's this potential of, oh crap, I did it again. Right? I sold at the lows. I've got to somehow get back, and that could be leverage ETFs or something. But at some point they're going to look at, hey, the SPY or the Qs just doing absolutely nothing made this year, and you're charging me 2 and 20. You better have a game plan to get that back. And yeah, just the volume of these sells are just crazy to me. Again, this goes all the way back to 2010. And yeah, so yeah, not COVID, or wait, no, can't go that far back. I'm old. Look what I have to do now. Oh, 2020. Okay. that's how old I am right there. But yeah, it's
too, Michael.
yeah, and they're moving there as well. So yeah, just know that they're kind of caught behind, right? But someone asking, did we listen to Trump? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But right, I always recommend, and again, no affiliation, but it's just the best that I have found for the news coverage. I'll bring them up here. Is just Walter Bloomberg, right? So right, here's the guy's page. It's like Delta 1 or something with an I instead of an L, just to be confusing. But yeah, so I know Trump talks because every time it's this like over and over and over again, you just see every few seconds, and all he does, it's not this guy. I want to know who this guy is, because it's definitely not him. It's like a bot that scrapes a Bloomberg terminal. So you're getting, Bloomberg headline news for free, and you just got to deal with the occasional Kalshi ads. Seems like how he pays his bills. But yeah, it's just a great way to go and figure out what's going on. So I didn't listen to him, but I read a bunch of it, and it's again, we're the best, we're the greatest, everything's amazing, tariffs, war, all that kind of stuff, right? So
for sure. I think the big thing is the unknown. We still have that unknown. And potentially, like I said, I usually see Mondays tend to be somewhat directional until the afternoon. And then they're placing their trades. Usually Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is the bulk of the move. And then Friday, it's exit or set up potentially for the next week ahead. So usually, I think we're going to start to see, I think we're going to still be directional to the upside today overall. We have seen the reversals happen, right? Last week, we saw the major bullish engulfing. So when we see that we're down on the SPY for today, we're up on the SPY. I'm getting myself confused. We could come back. The inverse is going to happen, basically. So watch for the pullback and then continue to move higher.
Here we go. We are open. So let's just watch here off the open. I said we were done all the news that was important, but I forgot. I don't know how much this will matter, but the new Fed chair is talking in front of Congress, Senate. It just says testifies. So
they have those meetings with their plan and their
confirmation.
So,
right. So it depends what people think of what they're going to, if they're going to let them in. If we think this is going to be the guy, it becomes pretty important. So a little pullback right here off the open on the SPY, and also CAR is getting interesting. Again, these charts are a little bit lacking, right? It did shoot it all, and we can do like a 5-minute, probably covers the gaps there. But yeah, it went all the way up. It was like 750 on my chart, and now we are red on the day. But like I reminded you guys yesterday, I think every day it went red, and this is what's fascinating about this. This is what I was talking while you were getting your sound worked out, Jane. Mm-hmm. This is the thing that gets everyone with CAR is it wasn't like, it's not a spike. It's not a huge, GME was a huge spike, and a lot of these low floats are huge spikes up and then spikes back down. This is just like 20 days in a row of just grind higher, 5%, 10% every single day. That's what kind of gets people. So if we do it, the shorts have got to be nervous, and even though we've just gone negative, they got to go, okay, well, that's fine that we've gone negative. We seem to go negative every 5 seconds on this thing, and then it just pops right back up at the end of the day. So people are mentioning UNH, right?
Yep.
We could take a look at UNH here. Yeah, that's, again, great. Open, huge move right there off the open. Just see if it holds, right? Because the thing is, there's a big lead up into it, and I'm kind of just like trying to talk myself down because it's been a great trade so far, and I have Oscar, and I don't have Mitch here to scold me about Oscar. That's like 50% off the lows. I was buying it again, kind of in this area where it undercut and ripped through. But yeah, when something is up big, like the preceding couple months into earnings, again, I don't have any evidence of this. I probably should. But it feels like more of a chance to potentially take profits. Like this thing went from 260 or 250 to 350, and for a huge company, that's a big move. That into earnings, and then they report great earnings. Sometimes this could just be a sell a news event, but we'll see here. So far, not so much, right? It's just kind of chopping around off the open, but would not surprise me to see this as like a sell a news event.
I feel like CAR just halted.
Oh, downside halt,
I don't see any price action. No, actually to the upside.
Oh, upside halt. Oh, yeah. So I always just look, easiest way I love with the platform is I just click on this little shopping cart thing and just brings up the buy sell buttons. And if they're grayed, then that means it's halted. But
I just saw the price action stop.
A little reversal up, so we'll keep an eye on that. Yes, remind us in chat.
It is a halt at 9:32 and 58 seconds, so potentially 9:37, 9:38-ish.
Oh, good. There we go.
Michael, you guys are going to have to come down to Orlando with the kiddos.
Absolutely. Get us out of here. It's like we're getting that it's like a teasing time. Like you wake up, it's going to be beautiful at noon, but you wake up and it's still cold and there's still frost on the windshield and everything. And but yeah, get me out of here. Joe, are you long car? Are you crazy, dude? Buying
car
again?
Long car from after hours.
ED.
I've set myself my stop is 16-point trail so that I protect myself.
EDBL 16 points. That doesn't seem like a lot for that thing. That seems like a wiggle, as crazy as it's been. Yeah, this is an interesting one. So I see Crow is trading this one.
So I'm starting to see as well that SQQQ, we're starting to see that maybe Tesla's going to start yet. Tesla's pulling back more. Apple's pulling back. Amazon, we're up 2% on the day, but those Apple looks like, I don't know, it's not looking so pretty. Are we going to stay above 5680?
What I think is fascinating is that we're getting that on the Qs. Like the Qs just flipped negative for a second, but then you look at RSP, you look at the average stock, and it's holding up well. So this rotation is happening again, where it's like, okay, let's get out of large cap tech into everything else, and it just seems like every day it's a different. I mean, we either love the Mag 7 or we hate the Mag 7, and then the other thing rallies. So they're just they're taking turns here, right? Same talked about this, the IWM. Look how the IWM's holding up right near highs of the day. So you've got 500 equally weighted stocks in the RSP. You got 2,000, I think, equally weighted stocks. I don't know. Close enough that even if it's cap weighted, I guess 2,000 wouldn't matter in the IWM, and they're just holding up just fine. So it is very much a right where are you putting your money? Are you in the mags, which is about to go negative here, or are you in kind of your more average stock? Right? Look at XLF just ripping off the open here.
Yeah.
Car open up yet?
That's what I was looking at too. The next Fed meeting we have is going to be April 28th. So we do have the bigger earnings coming up. Amazon's coming up in 8 days. So usually we see that, hey, they like to make it look like it's going to be a short right before earnings and then it rips higher. However, we might see that that's going to then create the catalyst. Oh no, there's all of this that's going on with the market. The market's dropping. We need to cut rates to stimulate the economy. So we'll see. We shall see what's going to happen with the Strait of Hormuz. I feel like tomorrow's the catalyst for the market with their positioning is going to be the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, I think, so you've got the talks. I've just seen them tweet again, right? So that is his people are on the way, I guess is the last tweet. So that's going to happen tomorrow. That's going to be the thing that everyone ends up keeping an eye on and focusing on is, what they're going to do with that. Same kind of story. The fact that we're just hanging out near all-time highs is hilarious. But I think I think the taco is the priced in, right? I think it's one of those, we wouldn't be, if people were worried about these talks going bad, like IWM's like hitting new all-time highs as we speak, right? RSP getting close to new all-time highs as we speak. If the default worry that the market had was that the talks were going to go bad, I just think we wouldn't be up here. So then does that mean like the real shock event is the talks going bad? Like the thing that is not being priced in right now is they can't reach a deal, they walk away from the table, right? There's some sort of military action that perks back up, because that's not what we're pricing in right now. That's not what people are focused on, what people are worried about. So, if that's the case, then that's really what we got to watch for. I kind of like it when it's the other way, when the market has bad news priced in. Like if we were tanking into this and we were down, I'd be like, did car open again? Because it halted again,
Yeah.
I think.
No, but I locked a nice little profit on that one.
Now it's going to halt to the downside. Okay, so this is more.
Oh no, still open.
This is the action I expect with kind of lower cap, like crazy moves. These are crazy moves. I think what got me with car for a long time, and it could still happen, is that it wasn't a crazy, none of these were crazy moves. They were just slow. So, if you have liquidation events, usually huge spike and then back down. If you have, retail just YOLOing into a stock, you have a huge spike and then right back down. And this was just like 5% a day, didn't halt very much, just slow grind over and over and over again. And just like death by 1,000 cuts, I guess, as opposed to just getting blown out. But yeah, we need to. I'll keep an eye on here
at 6:27:43. So I see it hitting a Camarilla right there. Let's just put this right here. Let's do a little trail. Set it and forget it. Like the it halted again.
Jeez. Oh no, it backed off a bit. I might have gotten right there.
I don't see
it. Yeah, this thing's
okay.
Well, and what's interesting too is the price of the stock, right? Generally, you see low float squeezes. They happen on like sub $10 stocks. Because although we know it doesn't matter, especially for like the newer retail trader, they think, oh, it's a cheap stock. It has more of a chance to go up. And we know it doesn't matter. Now it's halted again. So it doesn't matter. It's just percentages. Like it doesn't matter if you buy 600, you buy, one share of a $600 stocks or 100 shares of it doesn't, it's at the end of the day, you're paid by the percentage. And this one is just surprising to see something so expensive kind of move like that. But I just saw the SPY go negative and then ticked right back up. So what happened there? And then RCAT.
I'm in NVIDIA short and NVDS short and long car. So I'm in 3 trades.
I've got some on the go. Let me see let me see first if I should move these. Yeah, I missed that one. Cancel that. And then Boeing. Yeah, darn. It's always the best ones that you miss. But I got 3 on the go right now. I've got Lennar, LEN short. Home Depot short.
Yep. RSP is going, Brian says.
DHR short. Oh, yeah, it is. Look nice. So the average stock breaking out. It's moving as well. So, again, you want to see this. This is the best case scenario. Ralph Alcampora, the creator of the CMT, always said that rotation is the lifeblood of a bull market because it's what you want to see. You want to see people make a bunch of money here and then get super excited to redeploy it here. And what happens if you don't have that, if you don't have this rotation, it's generally people making a bunch of money in place A and then raising cash or defensive assets or something. So when we're seeing IWM crank to new highs, we're seeing the Qs just flip negative on the day, but we're seeing, where is the IWM? Yeah, the IWM cranked to new highs. Did I not
call that out earlier, right? Saying that they've been selling SQQ, or sorry, they were buying SQQQ. They flipped their position.
Yeah, so the tech, right? The tech trade, and it will flip back at some point. No one knows when, but right at some point, they will take the money they made in the IWM and they'll flip it back into the Qs. But staying up on this rotation is huge because it's going to just keep an idea of what's going on, right? Edible, he's saying halt. I remember I looked and this wasn't a marijuana play, and Edible Garden, whatever that is. But so this must have a history of, it did crazy gap up a little bit ago. I just looked at it. I'm saying, man, if you got that ticker and you're not a weed stock, what are you doing? You got Edible, EDBL, like, come on. Just like THC should sell its ticker. Just rename yourself. No one cares. You're like a boring healthcare company. You could be called whatever and no one would care. Just sell your ticker.
I think there's one. It's also WTF. Watton Financial. I think that one's just destined to go to the grave because it's WTF.
Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, yeah, that one does not trade at all, does it? And new issue too. I remember there was, I don't think there is any other notes. No, not in America. There was one that was STD, and that one got, I think they decided to change their ticker eventually. Q's little bounce here, trying to get out of this base, little push.
Pfizer drug, Call it the STD.
The top of the hour is when JPOW 2.0. I will be calling him JPOW for years and just not be able to retrain my brain that it's not JPOW anymore. Warsh, I guess is his name. So Warsh is going to be talking in 15 minutes. That's not going to be like a news release where it like hits and a big event happens. It's going to just be, he says this, and the market spikes. And he says that, market tanks.
They usually have the transcript of what they're going to say. So because they release it ahead of time.
Yeah, their opening speech. They already.
Yeah, exactly. View transcripts, historically, materials by year. Oh, but isn't that nice? They only go to 2020. Let's go to speeches and testimony. Here we go. 417. They don't have it yet. They have it up to 421, but they don't have it posted yet. So they should post it. As soon as he starts, they'll post it on federalreserve.gov. Here I'm going to put that in the chat so everybody will have that if they want to read his speech. And you know what? Nice. You could gather that and put it right into ChatGPT. Give me a summation. Oh, cars open 670. Oh yeah, thank you. Hitting highs. We had the bear flag. Loving this.
Gonna open up the buy panel there just in case. Just in case it halts again. We'll see.
Do one share. Come on in with me. I'm in with 5. I'm in with 5 for the ride.
I got my puts. I got a couple months for this to come back down, and that's it's all. If the puts go to 0, it's fine.
I got to adjust my profit. I'm going much higher. I'm going to go up to 1,000. Today's going to be that day. If it hits 800, then it's going to hit 8,000. 80% chance, right? I'll do 988. How about that? I don't want to go to 1,000. Why? Why, Michael? Why don't I want to go to 1,000?
Well, it's obvious numbers, right? You always want to avoid obvious numbers if you can.
Oh, it's halted again.
No, I'm seeing it still wiggle.
Really?
I might be a little late, but I just see these gray out, and that's how I know. That's why I brought them up there. If these are colorful, then I know something's happening. It's funny. This is why I need to know more about options. I looked to see. I expected to be down a bunch on my puts, but I'm flat.
You know why?
And it's probably just the volatility spiking.
Yes, exactly. UVXY is starting to reverse, and so that's going to also interest rates. And you know all this about the Greeks.
Well, and with the volatility spikes, these things become a little bit more expensive. So I'm just worried because I told the story of myself in GameStop in which I picked the top, bought a bunch of puts, but the way it went back down, and it went back down slowly, the volatility crush, I made near nothing compared to if I just shorted the stock. Then I could just get out if I shorted the stock. So, but yeah, let's keep an eye on this one. I think this is one of the stories of the day, right? Need cars to speed up to Pluto. Yeah, this is, again, I think what's getting everyone with this is the slow nature of this grind. It has been a slow kind of incremental. It's not a spike. It didn't just rip into the moon and then crash back down. It's been a very slow, incremental grind, and that's what's kind of messing everyone up, right? Is that if we did a giant spike and then reverse, then people can go, okay, well now I'm kind of maybe in the backside of the V.
There we go.
But if you look at this, it's just a slow grind higher. So I think now let's bring up the pre-market, the legitimate pre-market chart here. And just mark that high because we're right there right now. What is the exact high of that candle? Yeah, right through it. So that was 719.50. That was the pre-market high. So we popped right back through that.
I think we'll quickly see 750, like you were saying. When I do a fib extension with what I look at it, 750 is an easy target to hit. And right now, starting to see it pull back a bit, but the spread is not super crazy. I mean, it's $3. For a $700 stock, that's not a crazy wide spread. When
Well,
Tesla
for
used to trade at
a stock
1,000, it was
going,
like $5.
yeah, well, and for a stock like this that's going this fast, for the spread to be that tight is really good. Generally, the less a stock moves, the tighter they'll make the spread because they need to kind of get the juice on that. But in this one, they don't. So, but yeah, wild. 720. I wonder if it stops at a 20, we'll get Kevin come in here and talk about his magic 20 number again. Pound the table. But yeah, just an insane move. Not something I want to do again. Took my shot. It's looking like now it's going to be a bad one, but I got months. But yeah, it just kind of is what it is. Again, I expect to be down. I think I'm down like 5% on the calls, which is hilarious. Actually,
Well, and when I was looking at it, to be honest, I went in
the puts.
Yeah, I went in at 5. I went in 5 shares just after market close yesterday, and we were down. I was down 10 points. So I skimmed it down to, I took off 80%, right? I went down to 1 share because knowing these, it was so overextended, it could have easily gone to the downside. And it's always, you have to look at the risk aspect of it. Always. I'm out now.
A little bit of a tick there. A little bit of down tick.
So that's good. Nice profit on the day.
So Amazon.
I don't even mess with it anymore. My NVIDIA shorts, good.
Amazon bought, their thing was they bought a bunch of Anthropic. I guess that's the news. So they own a bunch of the Claude makers. Just do a little refresh here. Just figure periodically throughout the day. If you experience problems with the web, that's what I do. Just periodically throughout the day, I give it a refresh and like clear some cache out of the way and speeds right back up. Yeah, so let's take a look here on the SPY. We're getting some movement. We're back to highs of the day there. So nice little reversal. I'm actually up on these puts. This is why I'm not going to trade options anymore. I don't understand. I'm up 7% on my put contracts that are just down a ton, even though I shorted a couple days ago. But yeah, that's so I'm bidding out of them, or I'm offering out of them now for like a 10% gain, just because it's like, okay, I'm clearly out of my wheelhouse. Just give me my money and I'll move on. But yeah, so the SPY reversed right back up to highs here. We got dude coming. We do also have pending home sales, but no one really cares about pending home sales. So just we have that occurring, but just know that that's no one really cares. XLK is holding up well. We have oil actually ticking down just a little bit, but nothing crazy. And then I wanted to show you guys RSP here, just rocket ship. So your average stock gave us a little bit of a clue there, right? That, all day long, your average stock has just been ripping slowly higher day after, or minute after minute, while the tech was pulling us down. And this tech is still very much lagging here, only up 0.15% on the Qs. But it's one of those, when these things diverge, at some point, they got to break, right? Something has to kind of come back to reality. Sometimes the RSP comes down. In this case, it was this one go up. So it's a few minutes there until we have dude start talking. Again, it won't be like a flush news event. It will be a slow trickle out over time.
UNH is just moving up higher right off of that.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Stay up there. Keep going. UNH, I got my Oscar. I'm good.
That's normal though. Let's see what's going on AXTI as well. AXTI moving, that one pulled back 48.88. 48.88. Okay, I've got to put the wrong number there. Since earnings, let's put this on. Over here, we've got a lot of volume coming in this morning. Yeah, I think I'm going to take a nice little long on AXTI here.
Interesting look. attack get me for robbing the elderly with UNH. This is your guys' L system. I know nothing about it. I'm Canadian, right? Ours has its flaws too, but I just walk in, they fix me.
You don't have to wait?
Depends. No, usually pretty good. But yeah, so I just don't understand. So yeah, this could be the worst. And this is one of the benefits of being a systematic trader. I don't know. These guys could be like what Evil Corp from, if anyone watched that, what is it, Mr. Robot show or whatever. Could be. I don't know. I don't care. I always say I think the less I know about the company, the better off that I am. Like they could kick puppies and that's how they make their money, is just by kicking puppies all day. To me, it's numbers on a screen, right? It dipped, did the thing, right? It dipped under, and this is the next thing I'm trying to really systematize, is these dip under lows and kind of reclaims. If it dips under low and it reclaims, your risk reward is just so tiny that even if it's a good share, FYI, I just covered my put contracts on car for a 15% gain.
Nice.
I shouldn't trade options. I don't understand how I was so wrong directionally, and
yes,
so I'm out.
And for the lower float, you do tend to find that they tend to have bigger manipulation because there doesn't tend to be as many people trading them until the big moves happen. And that's when the volatility goes crazy. So I'm in AXTI here, moving to the upside. I like that chart. Very nice. It retraced back, entered off of the 8 EMA on the 24-hour chart. What really got me in was the really big volume today over the past couple days, starting to see that we've had a lot come in. 44.88 is that bigger money price level on the daily. And yeah, loving this.
This is where, so these are just, I don't think there's any, there's no account numbers in this, but so this is a good lesson here, because a lot of people would probably want to do what I do, which means if the stock's going up, you buy puts. And you can see, right, I bought the puts, what, does it say enter? No, doesn't say enter. But anyway, you can see, right? The
701 on the 21st.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's the out. I just wonder if it had the in.
On the 21st, yeah.
But yeah, so this 60, because why not pick that number? That's the number to pick, right? So this just goes to show you, I bought these a couple days, on Friday, when CAR was at, 600? No, lower than that, 500. Yep. And now it's 700. And you can see I made $6,000 on the puts. And this is why I don't do options, because unless you fully understand exactly what happens here, don't trade options. Is basically, I think the message that I'm trying to give you is that a lot of people will ask all the time, and we get this question in chat all the time, hey, do you guys offer options? We go, no, because most people who trade options, like I just did, don't really fully understand options. So you probably better off in scenarios like this buying the puts, because now I'm thinking that if I was right and at 500 the thing just ripped back down to 400, I probably wouldn't have made much money. I probably wouldn't have made as much money as when things went crazy here. So there's all these levels of aspects. So if you are looking to short something like CAR and you don't want to risk your own money, that is why we are here, right? This is one of the main benefits. You can get a swing account with Trade the Pool and you can short this thing. And if you're wrong, then unfortunately, that's our problem. That's not your problem, right? You lose your eval account and you move on to the other one. So kind of a good lesson there. Maybe we'll clip this as don't do what I did and try to trade a product that you don't fully understand. If you really want to short this, then open up an account. You can play these kind of things. It's why it's so popular with these low float guys shorting these things using firms like ours, is because we're taking on the risk and we're, finding the locate things, not a problem, all that kind of stuff. And we're taking on the risk. If you short CAR and it rips to $1,000 from here, that's again, unfortunately, our problem. It's not your problem. You'll just have to go back to your eval state, pass your eval, and go from there. But yeah, don't do what I did, because like conceptually, I know what happened. Volatility spiked, right? The option went up 20% in value because volatility spiked. But like I couldn't predict it, so I couldn't tell you what was going to happen. So it's probably just not for me. Not for me. I'm going to stay out of this one from now on.
I went back in with one share, but I'm down 17
go.
points on it, so that's okay.
Yeah, and I guess that's another thing too, is like intraday trading, go nuts. Like I know Joe is he's ripping this one on both sides. Like he's long, short. I think he's just trading the heck out of it. It's great volatility, like a lot of the other things people are playing. But for swings, it's hard. Where's Mitch? Yeah, I saw Beyond Meat going. I thought they were bankrupts. They're going. I know.
So I'm back in AXTI to the short side because of a fib was hit, and so I set up my trailing stop, and just go ahead, set it and forget it. Going to go over and look at futures now over at the fibers. I know that we have somebody else that's due to be joining us here momentarily. So I'm going to go ahead and say, have a great day. Trade with proper risk management. Use Trade the Pool for crazy stocks like CAR to get your feet wet and experience and everything like that. So bye for now.
Later. Oh, geez. Jane just transformed
into
a man.
Really quick, wasn't it?
Like instant. Like, wow. I was expecting like leave and come back. Well, there you go. So
right. All of a sudden, I just transformed. Jane to Jesse. Bam.
Away you go. Someone was asking where Mitch is. He says food poisonings, right? So probably ate something he couldn't, and those suck. Those are horrible times, right?
The worst. Food poisoning is the worst. I think it's happened to me once before, and it's just terrible.
Oh, you spend it, and right. I don't know what his bathroom situation is, but if they all got food poisoning, he's got 2 little kids and a wife and him. That was the worst time looking after my kids when I'm just running to the bathroom every 5 seconds. I'm just like, all right, I'm turning on the bluey. No one hit each other. Data needs out of here for a second, right?
There's no sickness like food poisoning. I mean, there's nothing like it. I've had all kinds of different things, and food poisoning might be one of the worst.
You just pray. You're just like, please don't do anything to hurt yourselves. We try to pad the room as much as, but well, he's got. I've got a little boy, and they wake up in the morning, and I swear they've got like a to-do list, and it's like find a way to injure myself is the first one, like jump off something or like run head first into a tree or whatever's happening. So
I have hopefully 6 kids, as I think I've said before, and I mean, there's always a to-do list that pretty much everyone has. So there's I mean, we run it like it's the military around here or something, or government. Government's not really efficient. I try to consider we are efficient, probably even more so than the government. So
what have you been trading today? It's been we did a little dip off the open. We've been kind of ripping up ever since then. What's the you into anything? You been trading anything this morning, or you just hanging out?
I've been watching this morning. I made the mistake of last week trying to get on and just trying to make a bunch of trades as I was communicating, talking, looking at doing a whole bunch. I was doing too many things. This time I am just taking it slow today. I had some good trades yesterday with Tesla and MU and been watching that, but frankly, their Tesla, at least right now, is kind of in a range just above VWAP. Kind of waiting for a break at some point with that, and I might jump in there. But car's been the one you just were talking about, the swing account. I need to get one of those from Trade the Pool, because last week I traded it. It's been my best trade and my worst trade, and unfortunately the worst outweighed the best. And
that's unfortunate. So I would say that's pretty common. The same symbol will get you on both sides.
It will. Yep. So I've been looking at that one, and it is crazy. It's a crazy bouncer. I mean, it's been $100 down, $100 up just about today.
We were talking about this a couple times. Well, what gets me, again, I've been doing this for a long time. I've seen a lot of short squeezes, but they're usually just up and then right back down, or at least or if they don't come down, the up is usually a huge spike, and then maybe it hangs out or something. This just slow grind every day. Just every day it like goes up 5 or 10% every day. So it's not, these aren't huge percentage moves, but just every, like this chart is just crazy to me. Just like other than, what, one day here and one tiny day here, it's just every day up and up and up, and not able to take down the low of a candle before it is just, it's insane to me. That's why, again, I took my shot. I'm actually kind of happy. I feel a little light, a little grateful, I guess. I'm just gonna say, hey, I got lucky that those puts, the volatility spiked enough that I was able to make a few bucks on the puts, and I'm not doing that again. I'm not touching it.
Sometimes it just takes the luck. You get a lucky break.
Yeah. Well, and you have to, I think when you make money in doing something dumb, which, it wasn't dumb. It's not a huge position. I bought the puts knowing that if they went to zero, I'd be okay. Sure. So risk size is everything, but the fact that I was so dead wrong, I bought these puts when it was at 500. I was able to pull a couple bucks out of them. I'm just like, all right, I need to remind myself that wasn't the right move. I shouldn't do that again.
Sure.
And then just be grateful that it didn't work the other way. But it's why I always say you can take any shot you want as long as you've got your risk worked out. And it is the benefit of like what we do and options and things like that is you are able to cap your downside. Just be very careful doing something, shorting this, especially in like a personal account, right? Because at this point, it wouldn't surprise me if this thing, again, I guess the story is there's two hedge funds that have basically like 90% of the float is locked up in those two hedge funds.
Yep.
So if those guys just say, screw it, like we're just going to hold on to this, then you have something that's already not a huge float anyway, but there's just the amount of shares that are actually out there in circulation are so tiny that it could be bullied by a couple people. And it's so weird for a company, and that's, I think, kind of what's getting everyone, is a company like this that is a decently large company, like it's a mid-cap, multi-billion-dollar company, to be able to be pushed around like this when most of the time it's like, just a couple percentage, like it's your company that's worth like $20 million that's flying around. This one that's worth like 10 billion doing this is wild. We will hear about hedge fund blowups for sure.
Absolutely. Did you see, I think it was back in maybe November or December, did you see SMX? It kind of had something, what I considered similar. I mean, that thing it went to the moon. It's down at about $4 now. And I remember at one point I was trading just like a share or two at a time, just basically for fun to see what it was like. And, I would make in 10 seconds, $20, $30 on a share or something, just, stupid.
And then I actually was in this one, QMMM, and I still don't think it's open. Yeah. So I got one of my systems lucky, just got me into this, to the long side this day. And that was September. Just stop trading. It's like a scam or something. This is the other thing that reminds me of, right? That slow grind up every single day, just no give back, and then boom. So I think the reason they shut this one is they're looking at this for being manipulated. Someone buying it the whole way up, just putting in millions and millions of dollars in the company, and then the press release, and then by then he owned pretty much the entire float, so he could just not sell it and do fantastic. And that's kind of what's happening with Car, but I don't think it's really shenanigans, because these people have disclosed, we're a hedge fund, we own this much of Car, whatever, it is what it is, right? They've owned it long enough too that I don't think it would get them really in trouble to sell them now. And I don't think that would be the case, because if you're doing a pump and dump, usually you're in and you're out pretty quickly. But if they have a legitimate reason, which is what it always ends up being to look for, if people want to know, it's always, if you're ever approached by the SEC, which I certainly hope you're not, is just have some sort of kind of reason documented for why you've done what you've done. And that's why we joke all the time that these hedge funds take so long to act, because they have to before they buy or sell a share, that has to go through some sort of investment committee that says, okay, what's your reason for doing this? And it could be, and it's an algorithm, right? Some of these HFT firms are like, we're allowed to trade these because they're part of the algorithm or whatever it is. But if it's the idea, then you have to have that kind of documented. So just in case the next day some insider news comes out and the thing spikes, you've kind of covered your ass and say, no, I bought it yesterday and I've documented the reason why I bought it and blah, blah. So when you guys come a knocking, again, not a problem for us. That's from my hedge fund days, regaling. I'm always the old man regaling people with stories of of other times.
What is your sentiment as far as CAR and the possible estimate of where this might be headed? Do you think we're reaching the top? Do you think this is the peak?
It's to the point where it's like, and I said the same thing with silver. It's like, I think you're crazy if you're buying it here, and I think you're crazy if you're shorting it here. I would have to bet that at some point. So a couple of weeks ago, the company came out and said, we are allowed to sell 5 million shares to raise money. They're like hemorrhaging debt. Like, this is not a good company. It's not a very successful company. Uber kind of killed their business somewhat, because before, if I'm going to New York, maybe I'll rent a car. But now if I'm going to New York, I'm just Ubering everywhere. It's going to save me time and money and energy. So this, in the long run, this company has just been getting kind of shellacked here, all the way down.
I read too this morning, they're in massive debt as well.
Yeah, like 25 billion or something.
Yeah.
So that to me is going to be the catalyst. When they do it, I don't know. Good for them for the restraint of not. But even so, we've done 2.1 million shares so far today. And it's like an hour into the day. So them selling 5 million shares at market, hopefully they've got a trader in there who says, listen, let me go under the radar here, right? And just start throwing out, 1,000 lot, 10,000 lots every now and then, and just do it so sneaky that no one notices. But that could be the catalyst where they go, okay, we've sold our 5 million shares worth, and they have to disclose that when they do it. And then that hits the tape, and then everybody who's been buying on the way up says, you know what, screw it, I'm out. And then tanks it back down. But if 90% of the float is tied up, it's like doesn't really, I don't think any of this really matters. So again, wouldn't surprise me if you wake up and this thing's $200 tomorrow. Wouldn't surprise me if it hits 1,000. It's like at all-time highs, near all-time highs, which makes me think, right, now that it's through that, I don't know, to the moon.
To the moon, just keep going. Just hit 1,000.
Just maybe. I'm shocked because of the price of the company that has that retail has the ability to move this thing with the value of the company. Yeah. Most of the time you see these guys are picking up like $5 stocks, not $700 stocks. What are they going to, most of these little smaller accounts, are they going to buy like 1 or 2 shares, and that's their entire account? And we've done 2 million. So something bigger could be going on.
You think it'll be an intraday move or an aftermarket type?
I think it'll be aftermarket.
You think what? The aftermarket?
I think it'll be aftermarket. I think if they're smart, the company, right, that's when they do it. They release it, say, okay, here it is. And then I think the next day it gaps down like 10, 20%. But even if it goes down 20, 30%, still a good trade. Right? Yeah. And, so that gets us back in like the 400s or something. And then we start to push back up from there. I still think that'd be shocking.
Yeah. Yeah. Where it looks like SPY is hanging out about 7-Eleven right now.
Yeah.
Not the convenience store, but it's just crazy because I've heard you say before, this is a bull market that, some people, this is like the most hated bull market. I think you put it like that before. Yeah. Do you think we continue to ride to about 750? Maybe we reach that and then start pulling back. I'm reading other news this morning. I read from Fundstrat's Tom Lee. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he said this should be one of the best periods of retail trading life in the next 1.5 to 2 years. And he sees markets, it was like the #1 trending news on Benzinga that I was reading earlier, and yeah, just crazy.
It wouldn't surprise me. The only thing so generally with a midterm year, we're choppy until like the midterms are decided and it spikes. Again, it doesn't mean we have to, right? It's just that's how it normally goes. So I think the speed of the rally just kind of trumps a lot of that as well, where everyone was locked out, and I showed this chart earlier, but I think it's just fascinating to show again. This is the net flows of whether people are putting their money into or out of ETFs. And you can see they puked out at the lows. So they just moved all of their money out of the queues right at the lows. And not only was this a huge kind of let's redeem a bunch of money from these funds, but it was worse than the tariff tantrum. And it was worse than the 2022 kind of bear market lows. Like that was the most get me out of the market ever. And until the new data comes in, it just flipped, I think last week, a positive, or last couple of days positive on XLK, but not quite positive on the Qs. So nobody was ready for this. And that makes me think more and more that we're just off to the races and we could get to 750 pretty quickly, because if everyone is waiting for a pullback, and it's just not gonna happen. So if everyone wants a pullback, you never get a pullback. You only get a pullback when no one wants a pullback.
Right. And yeah, I mean, I think we're still waiting. It seems like the market is to some extent at times still waiting for the Iran news to see what is going on, especially this Wednesday. It'll be interesting to see what becomes of that. I mean, are we going to de-escalate this, or is this going to kind of be one of these Middle East never-ending wars kind of scenarios that we had back in the early 2000s. It's, I think there's people on both sides that claim this is what's going to happen, and they seem to know it, but I don't think we know it until it happens.
No, and that you're going to get, and it's why, just looking at the action today, right? We're 3 days or so just kind of inside this range. Wouldn't surprise me if we stay there. Because you're right, everyone's looking ahead to what's going to happen tomorrow and whether or not there's going to be some sort of resolution there. And I think what is priced in currently is that there will be a resolution, because we're at all-time highs and the market's looking amazing and everything's doing fantastic. So if we're pricing in that there will be some sort of deal struck or another taco where he just backs out of everything, if that's the default, that's the base case that people are thinking, then if we don't get that news, if we end up getting, okay, the war's back on, boots on the ground, anything like that, I think we could be in for some ugly action. But then does the lack of positioning just trump that? Do we get like a 5% quick kind of down thrust, and then all of the people who are these people, no, not this one, who puked out at the lows there, are they like, oh, good, right? We had a little bit of a pullback. My bad decision is less of a bad decision now, so let's go in and buy it. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me, right? If it's just no one cares about bad news anymore because everybody's just positioned not long enough. So any downtick is just now an opportunity to, okay, let's YOLO right back into it.
YOLO, that's right. That's right. I wanted to ask you this just as an aside question. I think it would be great for our listening community on Trade the Pool. Are you in the past, or are you currently, have you read good books on the stock market? Have you read Trading in the Zone? What book or books do you prefer? Do you recommend that has made an impact on your trading?
I always recommend Brian Shannon's 2 books. I think are good, right? The first one is Technical Analysis Using Multiple Time Frames, and then the second one's about Anchored VWAP. I think those are kind of all you need for basic technical analysis. And then the rest, I think, is all like psychology stuff. I think that's more important than, once you got a basic understanding of chart reading, and then how to kind of apply that to build your own system. After that is just having the mindset to stick with it. So yeah, Thinking in Bets, Tax says, with Andy Duke, who's a poker player. That's a great one. Anything from Brett Steenbarger, which is all about, he's one of the prominent trading psychologists out there. is great. The Market Wizard series, I think, is amazing because he's just sitting down and interviewing all of these like top multimillionaire, billionaire traders and just kind of poking their brain and asking and saying, okay, this is how did you make your money kind of thing. And by seeing all these other people's experience and reading all these other people's experience, I think it really helps out because you start to learn some things that it doesn't matter what you do. It matters, all these people kind of thought the same way is, let's have they all have asymmetric risk reward, right? They've all been through massive drawdowns. They've all been, all of that stuff kind of makes perfect sense. So yeah, I would do 1 or 2 books on technical analysis and trading. And then the rest of it, I think, would all be like psychology stuff.
That's great. Yeah, I think that's very helpful. I just started the new Market Wizards book, and it's excellent.
Yes.
Just being able to hear those subjective stories from people who have survived the markets, and like you said, be a part of crazy downturns, and then be able to get things back. And yeah, just those narratives I think are very helpful, especially for beginning traders, to go, oh, this is a journey. This is not a sprint of time. You're gonna have to put in a lot. And yeah, I think obviously I'm biased, but I think Trade the Pool is just an excellent place for a place to, I mean, even if you're an experienced trader, of course, but if you're a new or beginning trader, it's just such a great place to start.
And good audiobooks too.
Yes.
What up, Josh? So you can just, like, when I say I read, I don't read. Well, you're the same. You got kids. You barely got any time to read. It's more about, okay, I'll put these in when I go walk the dog or I'm out doing yard work or something, and just let me listen. It's way less annoying to mow the lawn when you're also mowing the lawn, like listening to an audiobook. So,
right.
if you're talking to us about us like reading books and you're like, I don't know, a Zoomer or something, and you don't have the attention span, or you're like us, you don't have the time to read, you don't have to, right? Audible, I absolutely love. I think for free, I think most places out there you can get a library card and they've got some sort of like audiobook downloader or something that you can do. I would do that because, yeah, you get to do something like when I'm working out, when I'm at the gym, I'm always listening to a podcast or an audiobook or something like that. And yeah, spend a lot of time doing it. But Josh, I see you talking about car in there as it halts up again. This is, I feel like I lost 20 pounds that I got out of those puts for a profit because of the volatility. And I am out. I'm not touching. So I get to watch from the sidelines now. I can't believe I was so incredibly wrong. And ended up making money off it, so I'll take it.
Yeah, that's good stuff if you made money on it in the short side. But there's been good shorts today if you got on the right side and the right timing of it. But yeah, this goes back to SMCI, NVDAs. I've seen this, now we're seeing it a lot. We're going to see it, like you even said on previous streams here when we talked about small caps and and large caps. And the thing with large caps, they're getting more volatile. We're seeing more returns quicker. Dips are happening faster. Yeah. In another April, here we go down again and right back on up we go, just like last April. Different caveat, same sort of result in the end. My ultimate high of day on this was, I said in my morning alerts, I said I wouldn't be surprised if we get over 723. This thing is going to race to 750, and at that point it's probably going to go up another 100 points. My point being is, and it's going to be another 100-point day, and we're going to see 800 today. So would not be surprised if we see 800 on this play, maybe even higher today. We go back to Tesla in 2020. I saw this a lot in August or whatever it was before they did that price split, when it was racing its way up to 2,500, and it had even, you think this is crazy? Oh no, hold your seat, buck your seatbelt, and Tesla would come over and say, hold my 4 beers, not hold my beer, hold my 4 beers. Because it would race from like 700 to 1,000 one day, the next day go from 1,000 to 800, from 800 back up to 1,000 in the same day, and you're just going, oh my, what is going on here? So it's we're getting similar, and to see a play that costs $700 halt up like this it's phenomenal. I am seatbelt mode at this point. I am just sitting back with popcorn and watching this, but it's fun to watch. And this is one of those ones where you want to be in the right way, because this is a step in front of like the biggest locomotive of all time.
Of all time.
Well, pretty much, yeah. It's a big locomotive. It's a big guy.
It's a big one.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's up there in that group of, if you're wrong, how big that spread is, you can immediately just be down.
Shellacked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think because these are like unassuming rallies, I think that's what's luring in a lot of people. Like it's only up like on average, like up 5% a day, 10%. It's not like one of those, it's up 1,000% a day. It's like
Right.
5%, 10%. I can take a short. And if it goes up tomorrow, it's just 5%. Maybe I'll short a little more. And then you do that. And then you look at this chart and you go, well, 5 days later, the thing has gone up, 100, 200 points, but each one was just a little, right? It's the whole death. I'll just take a little cut here and then a little cut here and then a little cut. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's the margin call. But yeah, so that's, I did puts because I have no idea what this thing's going to happen. And I'm just glad the volatility spiked enough that I was like, you know what? I wasn't greedy.
That double top, that double top to start the day there as it raced back up to pre-market high in 2350, 24 area was gorgeous. I was a little that predictable to see that. Okay, it worked out so well. Yeah, and there were some good shorts there, but yeah, it's in either way. I mean, you can get a good long if you just blink your eye. You're in it. You could be 5 points, 10 points up. Granted with the spread, you got to get out of that. But so where did you take your short at, Mister?
This is why I'm just fascinated with this. I bought puts on Friday.
Okay.
So at like 500. So completely dead wrong. But what happened is the volatility picked up so much that the puts actually went up in price, even though they're getting. So I bought $400 puts when it was at 500, and the volatility spikes the value of the puts. So this morning when I saw the bid and ask on the puts, and I was like, okay, I'm somehow flat or I'm not losing any money. This morning I saw the put value increase as the volatility increased. I said, screw it. I just put it out on the ask and just said, just take me and take a couple bucks and move on with the trade. And now I'm starting to think that if I was right, would I have lost money? Because the price would have gone down, but probably the volatility would have decreased as well. So, there's a world in which this was the only outcome that actually made me money, which is why I did a big rant when I was here with Jane. I was like, this is why you should trade the pool instead of trying to trade an instrument that you don't understand like I did, right? I took the puts because I want to be able to sleep at night, and I'm not just going to hold something like this short overnight, and anything could happen. So I wanted to sleep better at night, so I took the puts, and I was like, I could have just, if I had a trade the pool swing account, could have just taken the short there. And then when I was wrong, I just have to go back to the eval, right? Buy another account, go back to the eval, start again, that type of thing, as opposed to just guessing and hoping. But so what do you think? Jesse asked me this, so I'll ask you. What do you think the ultimate top is here on this guy?
I would say at this point, I will say it's going to hit 1,000. I don't know. I don't think they're going to price split before that. But I'd say it hits 1,000 before it hits 500. Just say because to split the difference, we're at 750, right? So give or take 250 each way. I would put money on 1K before 500. Just when I see these plays run, that's what they do. They just, magnets, whatever term you want to use that we've heard over the years, they just become magnets to these levels. My key ones I've always just noticed, again, it comes back to a lot of the options, but 750, if now we've hit 750. So at my point, when we hit over 750 today, it's going to see 800. Over 800, it's 875. Over 875, it hits a K. It's going to happen, in my opinion, on CAR. It's one of those ones where I down the line, I do want to get one of those swing accounts for Trade the Pool that I'm actually doing this more frequently on and testing and trying to actually do, because these plays that I see when you go, oh, this is it. This is going to happen. If not, hey, I'm wrong. It's a swing account. Nothing that's going against me. It's not like I'm doing real shares or puts or options, right, or anything. I can just sit back and go, cool. I have no real skin in the game here. From my own perspective, I think this is what's going to happen. Let's go back and back test it. This is where I feel it's going to, And I say it goes to 1,000. Where's the end point? Hold on, let's do this real quickly. I'll do a little bit of math also. Let's go to SMC. Go ahead.
Meanwhile, I just wanted to show you guys this one. So I don't know how much you guys were trading in 2021. I still have, someone has to give me this guy's name. Chat, come on. One of you guys knows. This is PSKY. So it was, I think, Warner Brothers before it was Skydance or whatever it was. And this is the closest thing I can think of for how this price action's going. And it was this right here until right? The crack happened and it ended up. So it kind of reminds me a little bit of the same, just because each of these moves was kind of unassuming in its own right, but it went from, $30 to $100, so it's still not as big of a move as car went. But what happened here and what ended up causing the explosion was there was one guy, a hedge fund manager. I want to say I'll look him up in a second, but what he was doing is that he bought a bunch of it, and then as it went up, he was able to get access to more margin. So then he bought more. Then it went up a little bit more, and he got access to more margin. So he bought like a massive chunk of pretty much the entire company until some, bad news happened right in through here. There we go. Yes, that was it. Archegos Capital. And then there was like some bad news, and that triggered the first move down. And then all of a sudden, the liquidation event happened where this guy had been margined. I think it was like 30 times leverage into this one stock, and it was like his entire fund. It's one of those, looking back, you're like, no shit that's going to happen, because even if this was an amazing company, it's going to have a downtick at some point. You can't survive a downtick if your entire fund's margined, like 30 to 1. And then, it just caused this mass liquidation event, and everybody was, what was hilarious to me is that there was stories being told about why this was going up. It was on CNBC about what an amazing turnaround company this was, and blah, blah, blah. And it turned out there was just this one guy leveraged like crazy that was propping it up. And then the second that broke, right, this is what it's done after that. So it was not an amazing company. It was a very good example about how price drives narratives, not the other way around. The price went up, so CNBC talked about how amazing this, remember, was at 110, right? The price went up, so CNBC was telling you what an amazing company it was, and then they all just shut up about it when the price started to go down. There we go. Thank you. Bill Wang was found guilty of market manipulation, inflating his portfolio through these concentrated positions. There you go. I knew it. I didn't know who it was, but I remember it was a guy. So when I'm looking for what car looks like to me, that is the most that it looked like. And that went on for months and months and months. So
yeah, that chart keep going. It does resemble, so far, it does resemble car. At least on the upswing.
Yeah, but car's so overextended off that uptrend now, in my opinion. That's why it's up in a way. It's starting to float. It's got some helium in it now. It's floating in the orbit of Earth. It's about to leave it soon. I'm saying 875 minimum. It'll get to 1K in my opinion. Just going back and looking at SMCI, looking at NVDA, two of the more recent ones that have done this, that in my opinion, that were they did not deserve to be up there. We all know SMCI obviously needed to be up at the 1200 mark or whatever it got to. It went and raced from around 200 to 1200. That would be about a 1,000-point move. I will say car does pretty similar move here and goes up that much. Now, does it get up to 1200? We'll see. But I'll give it 875 minimum, 1K approach, because you have I think it's on this move on this month, because you zoom back out to me, go back further out on car. If you go further back on car. Right, like that move right there's nuts. Like you just look at that and it looks like SMCI. You go back to SMCI in 2024 to what it exactly looked like. It had this huge straight almost move up on the weekly, the daily, and it just soaks to those areas. I think we do it. So we'll see here. But yeah, if you go back to SMCI there in 2024, almost was identical. Yeah, God. Yeah.
So I think that's the problem. And that's kind of what's going on right now, is that every one of these examples we can find, it always comes back down at some point. And so that's what gets people, is that the probability of this being a $700 stock 6 months from now, I'd say, is pretty low. Yeah. That doesn't mean you can just short it, because it could double from here, right? So it's people, and I think people confuse all the time. They say, oh, well, trading is going to be easy because I'm just going to buy stocks when they go up and I'm going to short them on the way down. It's like, yes, but that short on the way down is such a hard life, because you could be right? This company most likely does not deserve at all to be up here. Could it triple from here? Like, absolutely. So if you're buying something, it only goes down to zero, right? If you're shorting the thing, it could triple, quadruple, quintuple, and still be a complete scam, BS, makes no sense. it kind of is what it is, right? Stacks talk about private equity ripping. That's because we have IVG here up, and I know you'll be happy to see that, Tack, because I'm in. I know you got leaps for this one, so you got long-term call options on IVGs. I'm in on this one. We're getting a nice software bounce here. The SPY hasn't really done too much all day, right? Here's the opening price. It's right where we are now. But software has been absolutely on fire. So my owl, which I was also scolded on, has been an amazing one. These ones, right? You got to kind of buy your dips when they happen. But yeah, IVG is going on. So a lot of those private equity companies that everyone was afraid of, they're invested in these companies. So that's why they're piping up. But yeah, good day overall for the most beaten down names for sure.
Yes. I would say, man, now Joe's getting me hungry. I'm looking over at chat and they're talking about picanha, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it looks like you'd spell that way as picanha if I was from. Is that picanha? I would love to hear some regular redneck from Arkansas or Alabama try to pronounce that word. But man, that is some good meat right there, Joe. Good meat. But yeah, the tech backup. I today was small cap, so I just want to bring that up since I'm Mr. Small Capper. Boy, it is
man.
Slow down. Slow down today. Very slow in the small cap sector. Not seeing.
Do you think that's because of car? Like, do you think it's because, we talk about this sometimes where, like, if you can get legitimate juice and, like, more liquid, bigger cap companies, it seems like that's the moment you come in, you say small caps are dead. And then when large caps are dead, it seems when you come in and say, oh, there's a million small caps on the go.
Yeah. You can go back to even like September was like that, right? When we had those crazy QMs that you got into, and when that large caps weren't really doing a lot back in that fall era, right? When we got into fall, we slowed down a little bit, was real choppy. SPY kept doing that BS back and forth from the 670s. I don't know if it was up in the 690s quite then yet, but yeah, it was. Then you go to January, same thing, right? Before our earnings came in February, late with the TCGLs of the world that we had. Yeah, it's getting more like that. To where back in the day, I still would want to say generally they run on their own clock, but yeah, it's getting more and more of we want to know who's got the clock. Like, where's the party at? Oh, party's over here. Here's where we're going. We're used to it wasn't like that. You could have a party any day in the small cap sector. They were always, the DGens were always throwing parties and couldn't wait for the cops to come over and try to take it down. And now it's not like that as much anymore. It's almost to where they hey, like we've talked about, that validity is there in car. You can make a lot of money, and that's what these small cap degens love. They love that volume. They love the validity.
Yeah, Tax asking about XHB. It's just like, look at this thing in the long term. Just home builders they're just no fun. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we break this base at some point, ends up being the place to go. For like my history as a trader, there's never been a moment where I'm like, oh man, I'm glad I own a lot of these biotech names. This is a weekly chart, so 2020, even when it's grinding up, it's kind of grinding up less than the market. It feels like this would need to be like some sort of policy shift to get really interesting, right? Trump comes out tomorrow and says, okay, we're going to build a crap ton of homes. We're gonna remove all the regulation, have all the asbestos you want, have at it. Maybe we get some sort of move then, but it's mainly interest rates with home builders. That's the thing that's going on. And I think, Warsh just started kind of chatting here. I'm starting to get the tweets through. So this is our new JPOW, our JPOW 2.0, maybe, I guess. I guess he's testifying to see if they let him in.
The clone.
I think that's how it works. So you'll see a lot of chat going out here.
SPY slipping.
Yeah, she says, slipping away
down $1. I took a quick short on MU. That was kind of nice.
MU, what were you doing there? You can feel free to share, guys, to grab your screens. MU.
It's going up now, but just a few minutes ago when you guys were chatting, I took a quick short down below there. On the, let's see, what time frame?
A clean resistance there for sure on the daily.
Yeah. 930, 931, and 32.
Oh, there we go. Watching us click, I know Crow just talked about that click, CLIK, gorgeous little U shape. We're seeing a lot of these cup and handles. Me and Steve have been talking about them at the lunch recaps over and over and over. So I'm watching click right now. It's like the only thing I like today is click. Not the movie. Not the movie.
The movie's sad. Have you seen? Oh, I'm sure you saw it. You saw the movie Click, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's older now. Gosh, we watched that recently, actually, my family and I couldn't believe it's like 15 years old or something.
Yeah, I'd say if I'd have put a year on it, I'd go 2008, something like that.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think it was a little before that, actually, but yeah. I was like, what? Like, I remember when this came out. This does not feel like that long ago. I don't know if you guys have similar experience. It happens all the time now with movies and actors. I'm like, oh yeah, that was 20 years ago. What?
Yeah. It sucks because when we were kids, we would look back, in like we'd look 10, 15 years back or 20 years back even. Like, like say in the 90s, I would watch Jaws and still love it. And I actually have like an OG Jaws poster thanks to my brother. Nice. You would look at Jaws as an old movie. You're like, oh, it looks so fake. That shark looks so terrible. Oh my God, look how terrible Star Wars looks now on these nice new TVs.
Sorry to interrupt, but U.S. Senate Majority Leader, Republicans will move forward to seek budget resolution that will allow for Homeland Security funding. So the car thing started with, and I don't think it has anything to do with this anymore, it started with TSA isn't funded, flying's a nightmare, let's all rent cars and drive. That's where it started from. So this bit of news that just hit like a couple seconds ago, I expected to go to car and see some action, but I guess not. It just means that flying may become easier if they end up funding those. But anyway, continue. I thought it was going to be a big deal. Wasn't?
You're like, oh, really? Yeah. I was just talking about how it's funny how back when we were kids, stuff that was 15, 20 years old, we saw it as, man, that's old. You'd see again, 1997, let's just say, new car comes out. You're like, oh, that's a nice new car, right? It's a new car. But if you saw a 1977 Chevrolet Malibu, you'd go, man, look at that old boat beater. Nowadays, you look back at something from 2006 with a little less of, you go, oh, whoa, that's old. Look at that old thing. But, it's crazy how now that we're older 20 years ago. Yeah, it's crazy because then when we see the stuff from like the 90s now, like or the 70s, then you're like, oh, I'm getting real old because this used to seem old, and now it's like ancient.
The 90s are way back there now. The 1990s are a long time ago. You said Jaws. Are you a Jaws original only part one, or do you like the whole franchise?
I can watch them all. Yeah, no, the second one. The reason I have ties to the second one is because my parents got a condo down Beach, Florida, which is in between Pensacola Beach and Destin, so anywhere in that area. It's actually where most of the movie was shot in Jaws 2, was actually in Navarre Beach. So you'll see the white sand, you'll see the water. That's not off the coast of Maine or anywhere in the Northeast at all. Hello. But it is actually, in Google, it is actually shot in Navarre Beach. So we've been going there forever and then find that out. So I'll watch it. I'm like, hey, yeah, Navarre Beach, that's so cool. Yeah. Because there's nothing down there back then. It was just it was beautiful white sand, blinding when the sun's out. It's called the Emerald Coast for a reason. The water is green, blue. I mean, you can see through it. You can be, 20, 50 feet out. Not that I go that far out anymore, but you can see straight to the bottom. It's like almost essentially like being out in the Caribbean, right? It's so gorgeous. But yeah, it's one for me. And I'm a shark guy. I think like most men are. We love Shark Week. It's not as appealing as it used to be, but I still got to throw some Shark Week on when it comes on. I'm not a tattoo guy either. I don't have one at all, but I've told Avery, if I ever get his tattoo, it would be a tattoo of a shark.
Nice.
All down on car there.
Yeah.
Maybe delayed reaction to that news, maybe?
Yeah. Someone asked me on my chat, they're asking, no, you're not watching car? I said, I'm watching it, but I'm just not trading it.
Yeah. I don't blame. So yeah, down halt there. So because these things always are on like a razor's edge. You need that, what's that news event that just boom and the house of cards falls every single time. That car is going to at some point not be a $700 stock. You don't know. It's, again, like I said, it doesn't make it easy to trade, but it's when does that kind of house of cards come crashing down, in which it's like, okay, are we finally done here now? Is that the end of it? Does it? And I think you'll find out if we open and then halt down, and then open and halt down, and start doing that on the way down. Then you have this thing where you'll start to go to these message boards. Let's actually go to StockTwits here and they'll start screaming manipulation and right, everyone's out to get us and all this kind of stuff. Then it's done, right?
We still have to hit Josh's estimate of 1,000, though. We still have to get there.
Because I go back to look. Yeah, you looked at those. Depends on where you look at the different charts, but SMCI did the same thing too, where they get up and you think it's the end, and they just see a small overall for the move, a pullback to like say, we'll call it 600 today. And you're like, oh, it's dumping, and it bounces off 600 and goes ripping right back on up, and by tomorrow it's at 875, and we're all going, we're just doing this. Like, you've got to be kidding me. So I'm not going to give any. Because we hit 750 today, so I can't say 750, so I have to at least go one more leg up, and usually that takes it to 875, and so I'll call that for sure, and then we'll say 1K would be about the max point, but max pain on this could be anything. I mean, like Michael was saying. I mean, yeah, in 6 months from now, there's no way this thing is still ripping around in the 600s. I would imagine, obviously, Michael, as you can key in on that, which I'm sure you've seen way more at this point, obviously, than I have. You'd think they probably, let's just then ask you this. Let's say AVIS car, whatever you're going to call this, is at, say, 721, 659 come September. Don't you think in a normal world they'd have already done a price split by then?
And a price split, and they should be raising a ton of cash, right? Ton of cash. Like, if you're not, that's like criminal.
Yeah.
Like, why are you not going like absolutely nuts on just trying to raise as much money as you possibly can? It's crazy, right? I'm going to actually do this. I'm signing into this Fantastical or whatever it is, this AI thing that you can ask these questions about, like, because I think they have tons of debt. I think they're just swimming in debt. So if you're swimming in debt and you aren't taking a moment to say, okay, we should take this crazy move we had, we should sell some shares, we should pay off our debt, then I think you're insane. Like, why wouldn't you? It's a gift. You could be a debt-free company, and then all of a sudden, yes, the people who bought at $500 are going to be pissed when it crashes back down to 300, but that's where AMC failed. They weren't able to raise enough money to pay off their debt, so they were all the way back down, right? It's probably going to go bankrupt, but if they had taken that opportunity, like GME actually did a much better job. GME raised a bunch of money off the back of these like crazy retail dudes. But then the company was able to survive, and then maybe in 10 years from now, they turn into not a game store that doesn't need to exist, but something that does, right?
AI. We're going to move to the AI stuff.
I just like the shoe guys.
Yes, exactly. Yes, like the bird, whatever, bird. Yes, bird.
I read that Anthropic is going to be in with Amazon for $100 billion. Doing something with that.
Yeah, Amazon, they invested in them.
Yeah.
Where's the debt? They have 20 net debt. So debt with cash taken out. $27 billion of debt and only $500 million of cash.
Oh,
so
my
they
God.
got nothing for cash, and they're just swimming in debt. So, the predictable thing would them be coming out going, okay, we're done. Like, we are raising $30 billion like right now at this inflated price. It would absolutely crush the price, and a lot of people would be pissed. But you pay off all your debt. You have no debt. You own all these cars. You have all these like assets and everything, and you have no debt to pay. The company would be way better off. So, we're back up. We're open here, and just kind of farting around still. So. Could just be random noise. I guess a halt down in this company can be considered random noise. Funny enough.
Yeah. And the fact just watching this is nuts. I mean, it kind of goes back to, like I said, I mean, I get into NVIDIA and SMCI of the world, but yeah, I mean, we've seen this. A lot of SanDisk, MU, CAR. I mean, all these crazy overextended moves over the past few months, last year into this year. It's coming more often, so spotting them at a certain breakout points, and I wish we'd see more of these, because these would be one of the, like, we start seeing this more often. We're like, all right, here comes the next car, here comes the next MU, here comes the next, and get in on these multi-100 point moves. Boy, oh boy, oh. Because I don't think car's done, in my opinion. I mean, I know we just going back to that, Jesse, on the Friday night live stream where Kevin's, I'm short at 500. I'm like, man, be careful. Me and Steve were both going like, man, this could blow. Be careful. Yeah. Of course, here's the risk for it. And then, boom, here you are by Tuesday at 7:50, essentially, 7:45. Nutsos.
Well, is that why Beyond Meat was up? Because this thing's bankrupt, right? So is it just up because we're picking on high short flow companies? Which there seems to be like once a year we have to do this, where the market just attacks everything that's heavily shorted and just kicks them all real hard in the teeth, and then we just move on to the next kind of target. We go on to something else because I'd be nervous if I was in a company that was like 30% short right now, and I was also short the company. I'd be nervous because who knows what they're going to pick on next. I saw BlackBerry was ripping yesterday. Yeah, Canada. Look at this. That's crazy. That's BlackBerry.
Yeah, that's nuts.
It's a phone. They made the
BlackBerry
shitty phone
movie on Netflix that just came out like 2 years ago.
I haven't, but I heard it was great.
It was great.
It's got the Always Sunny Philadelphia guy in it, doesn't it?
It was hilarious. It was excellent.
Yeah, I heard it was great.
It's on Netflix?
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
I gotta see if Avery hasn't seen that. She's seen like everything. I'll pull something up. Oh, I've seen that. I'm like, how have you watched all this already without me?
Well, it was just like we did it. We owned the cell phone market up here in Canada. We created the thing. It was great. And then Steve Jobs walks on stage and
2007. 45% of the phone market was owned by BlackBerry.
Yeah, we
down
had
to
it all.
zero. It's crazy.
Yeah, that was everyone had one for the most part.
Well, and they invented like the iMessage thing before iMessage. There was BlackBerry. You got a BlackBerry. Same reason people get iPhones now, right? You got a BlackBerry so that you could be on BlackBerry Messenger with everyone else. And then Apple said, okay, we can do that too. And just created their iMessage thing, and away she goes, right?
Right.
Yeah, and it's funny. I've seen like new phones coming out where they're actually adding the keyboard back, and I'm like, someone at BlackBerry's crying if they're gonna put the keyboard back on. He's like, man, I knew I was right. You guys would miss keyboards eventually.
Yeah, I was one of those at first where I was like, man, I didn't. And then some phones they had the screen and the buttons, but then now the buttons are really small because of how they're trying to make it. And I just was, It's funny how back I got super good at, or you had to be like ABC for car. So if we had to spell car, we had to press,
yes.
you know how, 1, 2, 3 for C.
T3 or whatever it was called, or T9.
Yeah. You would hear the tick tick because you had to press it so many more times so it'd make more noise. And because I got really good at it, and everyone like, gee golly, what are you typing a freaking like a paragraph over there? But I got it really good at that. I'll never forget those the college years, 2002, 3, 4 for me, somewhere in there, right when I got into college, and that was how the phones still were. Yeah, if you had a show, I would love that. Go to a college campus now and give them like old school phone, like even a rotary phone. Like, all right, dial your local.
Call 911. A murder is on his way. I dare you, and just give him a rotary phone.
Good luck.
He got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes, or he gets you.
Yeah. Oh god, that would be great. It'd go like at Trade the Pool, the competition, we had the trading competition. That would be it. We just get all those college kids, and they'd all be like, "What do I do, man? Oh my god! All right, we got 30 seconds left. He's about to be here. 10 seconds left. Oh, he sees you. Uh-oh, you're dead." Yeah, those are fun. I've seen those videos like on TikTok and stuff where people they give the rotary phone to kids and they're like, what is this?
No idea.
I love playing with Spy. Oh yeah, Spy.
They don't like this guy? Yeah, dude, it's because I've got it. I'm not gonna watch it. I couldn't care less, but I've got the stream up from Bloomberg, but it doesn't seem like he's saying much, or at least maybe Walter Bloomberg took the afternoon off because he's not. He'll generally only retweet or just, if it's a highlight or something. But it's not. We're at lows. Wow. I guess it's him, but it's not really, I guess, dramatic either way. RSP actually giving it up too, right? So this is kind of every stock in the market's starting to give it up, starting to sell just a little bit to the downside here. Yeah, IWM. This is everybody. This isn't just, one sector or two sectors going down. Let's look at car. Is it the only thing? Is this now our our Fed hedge, this car. Yeah, the fact that it's not anywhere near lows, this thing's strong. I wouldn't do it. I did it and I got out. I feel like I escaped prison. being able to sell those for a profit, I'm like, all right, I'm good. I'm out.
One of those ones too. You're like, you were wrongly accused, and thank God you're like, yes, I didn't have to go. Oh my God, I got out of that place. Oh my God, that would have been terrible.
Yeah, as soon as I got in the trade last week with Carr, I went, oh no, what am I doing? It's just crazy.
Well, again, back to what we talked about.
Spread is huge.
Trade the pool, limited risk.
That's right.
100%.
That's right. If you're gonna trade Carr, do it with trade the pool. That's right.
You blow up. If you blow up, you blow up, and you just, sorry, right? Yep. You take your eval again, and you get to it.
Yep, that's right. And we all do it.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Well, so I luckily had TOS and paper trading. That wasn't in Google. I only had 3K, and every time I did blow a 1K. I did a 30% retracement a couple of times. Like, yeah, let's not do that. Let's go to paper trading. And yeah, luckily went to that because there'd be days I'd be down like 10K, and I'd be like, yep, I'm glad I'm paper trading.
Yeah.
That would have been a lot of money lost today if I was thinking. And I have a lot of I said, doing those one-on-ones that people do that with real money, and it blows my mind that people, and I've worked with some people that they've lost Lambo money. They just, because I say Lambo, could mean any expensive car or house, whatever. And essentially they lost a house. I'm like, you lost how much? And you're just, wow, how much money have you made in your life? You could have bought a house.
Like people, I've done this or met with people that do the same thing where they're like, they'll make 50, 60 grand a year, and in one day they lose that just because of emotional trading. I'm like, dude, can't do that, man. Can't happen, right?
Oh, how about I remember the Razors back in the day. That was another big, I think that was right when I think that was the closest competition that the BlackBerry had was that Motorola's phone.
Motorola Nextel. Yep. That's right.
I miss, and I know you can get folding phones now, like Samsung makes some stuff, but I miss the flip down to end the call. You just snap that thing down.
Yeah, I remember that. I forgot
physical click. Let's get out of here. I'm done with you. It's upsetting to me. You piss me off, whatever it is, and you just slam that phone down and you're good.
Power move on the stock market back in the day. Yeah, close my trade, get me out. And then slam that phone down. You just walk out.
Yeah, it's not as good as just hitting the button just to end call, just a little beep. You don't get that aggression.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. It doesn't have the effect.
Yeah, you could have a cool video from 19, or I should say 2007, and he's on the trading room floor, slams that phone down, and he kind of turns around. It's a nice slow motion look. Can't do that with a boop.
Yeah, you can't. You cannot do that.
Tell Siri to end your call. It doesn't really.
Or
please turn off my phone.
Yeah, be like Michael from Office Space. He'd try to end the call. They ended it before I could, because they'll end it and it just call ended. You're like, I couldn't get there in time. Dang it.
I don't even can't even hit the button.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're in a Samsung Apple world now, but yeah, I need to watch that because I forgot about that. It's been 2 years since that came out. I remember everyone talking about that BlackBerry documentary.
Yeah, it's a biopic pick. It's really good. Very entertaining, very well made. Acting is superb. Yeah, heartily recommend that one.
I just remember it was the Kardashians had it was just the thing, like you were saying, Michael. That was if you had a BlackBerry, you had the phone, you had the one. I was always getting the Motorola I forgot all these random that one looks cool. I would be just getting the different phones. Yeah, it was so funny. But all the just then it turned to iPhone. I'll never get 2007, 8. Everyone was getting iPhones, and it's funny how it's that it thing. And yeah, it's still, of course, Samsung's right there with them, especially when we're out in the world. But earnings reports too, by the way, starting to come out. Got a big one tomorrow in Tesla. Any thoughts on that? Since I won't see you till Thursday, Mr. Nos, what do you got thoughts on Tesla for tomorrow for us?
I don't know. It's this thing. It's love hate all the time. I don't think people even care about Tesla anymore. I think people are just really excited to see if they get SpaceX. Right? I think that's more than anything. So I think what matters more than anything he says about the cars is people don't believe him about the robots anymore because it's just he keeps saying, "Oh, there'll be a robot out by this year." I hope again. I'll buy it. Go out there, do the laundry, do the lawn. I'm all for it. But we know that we're years from that. But if some of SpaceX is going to get rolled into Tesla, that just insanely dramatically increases its value. I think just like tons.
Got to get some interest again. Yeah, I feel you. Got to get some because Tesla's kind of like that's the old thing. It's not this. It's not the iPhone. It's not the BlackBerry kind anymore.
Well, like everybody's got, they all got electric cars now. Since I'm out there looking for cars, and it's like everyone out there has got an electric. You can get the gas one or the plug-in electric hybrid one, or you can get the electric. So it's, that novelty's kind of gone. And yeah, it was supposed to be replaced with robots, and he hasn't done robots. So I think it's like space. If you roll in SpaceX into it, then great. So I don't know what the idea behind that deal is, but that's what I think everyone's looking for. It's like, okay, let's get going with, he says SpaceX, the thing's up 5-10%. He doesn't say SpaceX and the thing's down 5-10% the next day.
Yeah. If I may just interject just real quick, I don't know what's going on maybe with who's talking or who's saying what, but the SPY continues to fade. We're down at 707s now.
Yeah, it's Warsh guy, I guess. Doesn't. Ooh, yeah. A little bleed there. What's going on?
Yeah, that's all I'm seeing is the Fed chair nominee, the Warsh guy. Yeah, exactly. That's I'm seeing updates on that over and over and over the last 10-15 minutes. So I'm guessing whatever that's going on there, it's dramatically getting a pullback here. Good inverse U shape right here. So Nash, you can't say keep the market up today. Do you want me to keep it down for you? For you today as you leave and head out. What do we want to do today?
Oh, yeah, I was about to say I'll just. I think what's happening is a couple minutes ago when that sold off, he says to be independent of Trump. I think the market just kind of wanted a mouthpiece that would just lower rates because that's good. It's not necessarily good for everybody, but it's good for asset prices. But yeah, I don't know. We're flat, so I guess if it turns into a bad day, I'll still blame you for that. I'll take the 0.09 on the Qs. I'll lock that in and say that's where we are. But it wouldn't. You look at this market. Would it really shock anyone if we come back down, even just to test like this breakout point at what's like 697? Like this is it's too. It's like we were talking about with car. Right? This is too much, too fast. We're either going to chop sideways for a while or we're going to have a little bit of pullback. It's going to happen. Saying that is very easy. Timing it is what becomes hard. But that's where we are. That's what we're looking to do. But I appreciate you guys for coming by, especially with Mitch being out. It's good to have someone to chat to, and I'm sure chat is very appreciative that they didn't just have to hear me drone on all by myself for 2 hours. But I'm going to take off. I'm going to switch over to maybe Josh's screen there. I see you're doing a little screen share. Let me just grab that and pop. Oh, we're good. All right, guys.
Good to see you, Michael.
Good to see you. I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a good one. Trade safe.
And don't get sick. Oh, Mr.
And don't get sick. And now it's the J&J show.
Yeah. Well, I'll see if we get another Jay to join us again this week. What I am seeing for Carr right now is just this really nice tight wedge starting to form. So we'll see how that plays out. Really losing some volume too as well. Decaying quite a bit over the last 15-20 minutes or so. Had a little pop on that sell-off of the volume, but you can see it really started to come into play right through here. Now, most of the volume for the day is trapped in this area right down here and then right up in here. So I think that's where we're kind of getting this vortex and we're starting to create this this overall tight pennant flag. So I'm keeping my eye on it. Nothing I like in the small cap sector today. Unfortunately, we have really moved to RPGL. Not a lot going on there. Decent move for the day, up 60% now. I just don't trade sub $1 plays. We do have Click moving. So Click was another slow and steady mover here. We had a nice, good downtrend break here earlier on, right about 30 minutes or so after the opening bell. Again, a nice tight wedge. You can see the downtrend. You can see the trend line, and we break the overall downtrend from the morning. Get a nice, good squeeze there. Hopefully, Crow took some profit because Crow, that looks like she now is dying on off and is over there. I think the only other move that we had earlier on that was pretty nice was, that's right, Rebecca Lobo. If you do remember the old Yukon Huskies. I watched, kept up with sports for the longest time. I think she was in the 90s and one of the first badasses in the WNBA. Look her up, Rebecca Lobo. Yeah, and she dumped off pretty bad. And typically does, but this happened too to pretty much start the day. Small caps, unfortunately, really starting to die off over the last few days. Last week, we saw that into Friday as well, yesterday. So expect this now with earnings. It reminds me, and maybe we start to get at least this trend is setting up. It'll really be set in if we see this in the fall. And I know we'll have one more round of it, which is January, we had a little spice. We had a little, not great, but we had some spice ending into March. But what have we seen is my point into April. Slow down, plays not holding their gains, and what is happening like January into February. Now, of course, yes, more spikes, the TCGLs of the world in January that went crazy. From what, $10 open to $4.50 by after hours. Holy wow, right? And we saw the $100 move I got out of it. It's not that hot in March. Well, we saw in February when the earnings reports came in how slow it got. Well, here we are in earnings season again. It's going to be slow. In my opinion, it's going to be a lot like February. So take your base hits. We're going to see a lot of shorting at tops and resistance areas. And oh my, holy alabayo, the large caps right now are absolutely getting moved. Now, I will say Microsoft was up on the day, but I'm just going through the ringer here, and you can see the Qs and the SPY. Woo! All the way down to 706 there here. Big move. Love the crack of these lows. Now, I wish, and maybe we'll get back to this. This reminds me of 23 into 24. Where we moved to all-time highs. We would get these cracks. We'd come down and actually test. As you can see here, we test low of day pretty nicely. I think that's even, it's lower than pre-market low, which is beautiful. And actually, my sandwich area, old resistance become a new support here in after hours. So when that bounces and then comes back down and cracks, this is the go-to short right here, right there. And this is what I attacked so much in 23 to 24. You were just in open land territory. You were in an area you haven't ever been in before, so there's a lot more clean charting, a lot more clean dumpage action there to be had, and solid 2+ point moves. As you can see there, that ends up going 2.5 points. Love, love, love these type of setups here. You know, this huge arch, that's U-shape. Well, we could flip this upside down, and we'd see a huge breakout. So it's the it's just seeing the opposite there, but that's the good moves we're seeing right now. Small caps, you might as well, give them a pacifier and some milk, because they're passing out like little babies and sleeping, my friend. They're sleeping away, Mr. Jesse. You looking at anything in particular?
They are asleep. I'm watching the SPY and QQQ right now, and for a second there, SPY was coming back up, but we are still dipping now at about 706.20. And QQQ is in the 644s. And starting to push back up a little bit, but it's been a sea of deep red for a little bit now. And then Tesla was kind of in conjunct. Yeah, Tesla's still falling. Tesla's falling at the moment. It's at 387s.
Real quickly, that's all Joe. What's up, Joe, Tack, Michael, all you guys in chat? And yeah, Joe trying to come back up. Joe, XRTX reminds me of Click. It kind of is doing a lot of what Click is doing, in my opinion. So we'll look at Click real quickly over here, and kind of looks very similar, right? So Click, and then we're going to go over to XRTX. Now this has got the extra U shape to it, but it's doing these quick U's and fails. Watch for another short up top. I doubt we get to 360, but that has been the best plays of the day. If you find the top and get the top, shorting at the top today has been absolutely, that is the plays of the day in the small cap sector. At least for me.
Yeah.
At least for me. Yeah, but it's okay. I thought I remember reading, maybe possibly, and maybe even said this. Did you still trade small caps only in pre-market though, or when is it?
I look at the pre-market small caps, but honestly, since going over to trade the pool, I really have moved over to large caps predominantly. Okay. But I'm still in the know with some different tickers and different things, like what's the high, who's the biggest gainer. Things like that. So I'm keeping up with it, but I'm really not trading it too much. I'm also wondering, I don't know if you've seen news on the psychedelic executive order that Trump passed a few days ago, but various stocks like DFTX, that's on my radar. I think PBM that's been one of the highs that doesn't seem to work itself out throughout the day because it keeps dropping. It'll like go up and then boop, it'll go down. At a certain point, it's not holding. At least 2 days ago when I was checking that one out. But I'm wondering what the psychedelic market here is going to do.
Yeah, that's kind of funny to even say and mention that, going from, marijuana weed stocks that were a thing in 2017, 2018, and then now you're mentioning the psychedelics, and you're just it's like, what's the next one that could possibly what's the next sector, right? Yeah. What's the next one that could possibly go? We have a little pop there, play there alerted from Taquito. Cheeto would be Velo. We're seeing a lot of these tickers today too, as well. These slow and steady ones in the small cap sector. Again, these are where you're at. If you're wanting to go long today, NVTS was another one from earlier. It's starting to come down now. Poet was another one. Now it's starting to come down. So really, the only one that's holding up is Velo from those 15-20% gainers on the day is what they're up. This one's the only one that's still holding. Now, finally up 30% out of breaking out of this channel here. Velo is nice, good to move there. So that's really, I mean, that's it. It's very slow today in small caps, which is good, again, for, I think, a lot of newer traders that work in their way into the pool. If you're newer, this is the time that you want to learn how to trade. You don't want to trade in a hot market and then get used to a slow market. You want to trade in a slow market and get used to a hot market. Because I'm telling you, if you trade a hot market and think it is always that way, well, good luck. Running into past chart history resistance is going to be strong on Velo, starting to right around 1625 to 1645 in that area, just over 16. So watch for this to potentially get one more squeeze here on the way up to that 1625, 1635, 45 area. There we go. So yeah, nice, good alert there, brother.
Yep. And I'm looking at Tesla right now. Tesla has made a move back to the upside a little bit. We're still down on the day, but it has made a bit of a comeback here in the last few candles, which has been interesting. I'm actually going long on it at the moment, but it's not holding up very well.
Right, yeah.
And SPY and QQQs have both come back as well. It looks like we got the SPY at about 707 at the moment.
Oh man, let's see here.
I'll take that. Okay,
Nice.
got a quick scalp on Tesla.
Is that kind of generally more so like your alley? Taking just small little base hits there, getting in and out of trades.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried to swing for the fences before and try to get home runs and things like that, and I've had a few, but honestly, yeah, I think base hits are really where that's where you can really start stacking. If I can get some dollars here, some dollars there, $30 here, $30 there, you start 4 or 5 wins, whatever. I mean, you start looking at that and go, okay, this is a potential mortgage payment at the end of the month if I can continue this route. This is, half of the bills or whatever. I mean, there's just different ways that I look at it that I just think that is advantageous to my trading at the moment, just being relatively new still. So.
Still watching Velo, nice good alert there. Car's starting to slowly die off there with volume, so I'm going to kind of keep my eye on VELO. Yeah, car's slow, kind of like it, and it reminds me of that. I love this play. This is great. This is the play, and then again, kind of the trend. I want a BlackBerry. I gotta have a BlackBerry. I gotta have the new Jordans. I gotta have it's the it thing. And even days like today, you'll see that on plays like Car where we have that big movement, and then finally, slowly but surely, traded. Okay, well, that was fun. That or parties. I can always kind of analogize to parties as well and go, well, party is going to be lit for a minute, but how long does a party stay fun? Sometimes they're only fun for 2, 3, 4 hours. Sometimes they go for 5, 7. They go forever. Yeah. And that kind of reminds me of what Car is doing today, where the party is starting to die out, so to speak, and people are starting to leave the party.
Yeah. Definitely, it looks like it has a flat tire at the moment. But that being said, there's a pit crew working on Car, man, and they can be very fast. I mean, I saw it dip down to about 600 and then immediately shoot back up to 650, 660s again. So it is all over the place.
Yeah.
Wow, the pattern on QQQ and SPY coming back is kind of impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talk about. Like I was kind of saying earlier, these rallies and dips happen. So like the one like last April and this one again this year. I mean, we'll see that. We're like, oh man, here we go, and then boom, right back on up. And I wouldn't be surprised if this gets all the way back up to 709, because sometimes these knee-jerk reactions, again, like we were even trying to figure out what was this move even for? Why did we move so hard? Is it the peace talks and we're done? This our 2-week break is up today, and did they talk? Maybe I'm not listening to anybody, but maybe something along those lines was said where, the 2-week treaty or whatever the heck the standstill of not fighting or whatever. Maybe we go back to that tomorrow, which wouldn't be good overall for the SPY in the market. We'd see some dumpage. I think if they extend that, try to work some deal, it goes up. So that'd be another key thing too. That we could be keeping our eye on, as far as I keep forgetting about that 2-week no ceasefire deal or whatever and expiring, because I don't think they extended it. And that being the case, we could definitely see some pullback.
I think Wednesday we're supposed to have some announcement about it, I believe.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what happens with the Strait. Are we going to eventually get boots on the ground? Will this be one of the never-ending war kind of scenarios? What is I think things are still up in the air with what's going to happen with this. It's just, you get one tweet one day and then all of a sudden something completely different. We're going to have a ceasefire. No, we're going to just, we're going to completely blow up in the entire civilization, which,
Yeah.
I think it's him trying to do art of the deal kind of stuff, but whatever, I think that whatever.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, well, we've seen this for a few years now. I mean, no, I don't know when we're really going to get in trouble for it, but like when Elon, tweets or says something and he can affect Tesla or certain tickers, which we've seen in the past, even stuff like Dogecoin, SPY. We know he can do that with SPY as well. So
he did it with Palantir a few weeks ago. He even used the he used just the symbol. He didn't have the dollar sign, but he used this just PLTR. Or whatever, talking great stuff about it and everything. And then if you look at the candle after his tweet, just a minute or two after, bam, it jumped up a few bucks.
Yep.
Which is crazy. It's crazy to see the effect. I mean, it kind of astounds me, honestly.
Yeah, it was like even last year where like the people in my Discord, maybe even longer ago than that. I can't remember how long it's been, obviously, because he's been, since he's been the president again, essentially, where we need to follow his, his social media, the truth or whatever. Because every time he was tweeting something about, it would just, especially the SPY, depending on what he was saying, would boom, you'd see a 3 or 5, even sometimes 5, 6, 7 point move, right after he would tweet something or whatever you would want to call it, his truth, his social, whatever. But
yeah.
What a sweet name. Truth Social. It's all nothing but truth on this social.
You ever check out the other social? I think it was Blue Sky or something like that. It's where everybody that were like the detractors of him or whatever they created.
Man, I'm still hanging out over at MySpace.
I'm
kidding. I'm kidding.
No way are you doing that, but that's awesome. What a blast from the past that was.
Love it.
Tesla's trying to make a move above VWAP. It's failed a few times. I'm wanting to see if it's going to turn the corner around here. It looks like even QQQs have got hung up a little bit on the... Am I on the 1 minute with that? I want to be on the 5. I'll have to change that. But it looks like they're kind of getting hung up here. SPY and QQQ are both kind of at a stopping point.
Kind of like from where it dropped off from right around 710s down to 706s, and now we're kind of chilling right at 708. So it's like we cracked from this area 710, we hit 706, and now we're like right in the middle of it, kind of the 50% retracement from where we truly dunked at, which was right about right here out of nowhere, just woof.
Boom. Yeah.
Really to plunge here. So
strong shorts there.
Now, if we get back below, I'd imagine this 707.40 mark, we most likely engulf back down into this upper shadow. And then if we crack through this, we're probably going right back down to low of day. But this is going to be key right here at this 707.40 mark. And essentially where it's not much, but this little volume profile area is what's going to try to hold this up. And you can see we're trying to right now. And then we could just start to channel possibly through the next hour or so. We won't stay here for that long. Might even start to crack it sooner rather than later. But this is the make or break for me if we want to channel and hold up, is right about right there. So we'll see if that holds. If not, we're definitely coming back down for more. I like it just because we start free flowing in more of the point section versus we would get choppy over the last few months. Now, of course, on the rage up here recently, but just say back from last year and the end of the early this year, you wouldn't get $2, $3, $4, $5 moves. Again, we'll just say this was a good, at least solid 2+ point move when you crack a low and you just immediately dump. You'd get quick moves down, you'd be right back on up. And like, man, that didn't last long, and then maybe it'd be right back on up to highs. You're like, well, we break lows just for a brief moment to come right back on up, and so it was real ugly and choppy, harder to trade. I love when we see clear-cut action like this. This is what I want to see more often here. Hopefully we get this moving into, like I said, the all-time high area. Got it so much into 23 into 24. You would love that, my friend, seeing that type of movement again now that you trade large caps and now that you're into trading over the last few months. Yeah. That was the prettiest I have ever seen. Again, I haven't looked at them forever, but over the years I've looked at them. That was so pretty from 23 into 24. Just a lot of really almost, I would say, easy setups that you would just, you could say, hey, I've seen this so often recently. We come down, we test lows, we bounce up, and if we come back to it, we're going to crack it and get in for the short, and this would be great candlestick confirmation. I'm using a 3-minute time frame. The first candles to close below this area, right? So we can see where the main support is, and this is the first candle that closes below it, and then we get just nasty, just beautiful short right there. That would be awesome. And then that way, because at first you're doomed. You'll get in, you'll take your small little scalp, and you'll start seeing it more, and you'll hold longer, and you'll keep holding. And then finally, how often it was where you'll at first I can see you just taking little, maybe 30, 40, 50 cents. Sure. Then eventually you start seeing how much you're getting out of these. I can't wait for this to show back up. Still holding the 70-40 mark or 07-40 mark.
It's holding pretty good there. Did you mention, did you take anything this morning? You said you didn't, right? You were looking at Click.
Yep. No. Never took anything. I was looking at a few different plays. Just nothing ever. There's a couple plays that actually hit some areas I go back and look at now, but I didn't like the price action from a lot of the tickers. The good shorts, which I wish I would have taken some of them, were the reversals at high of day. There were really good shorts that I watched right there at the opening bell, run right into resistance and fail and come back. Don't really typically short the tops, but that's what really worked a lot in the small cap sector today. I just really, unfortunately, just stayed away from it. But that's, you go back to some of the tickers that ran today, that was definitely the case there. Going back to Lobo, XRTX, a lot of that. Yeah. A lot of running right into the short resistance area up top and within 3 minutes or less failing at it and just completely dumping back down.
Yeah. And I don't know if I asked you this last week or not, but do you find yourself going long more often or short, or you just, whatever the day obviously holds?
Yeah, whatever. I would say most times right now it's probably way more long than short, just because I don't like shorting the tops, and that's what's really working. And so shorting the top is where it's at, where I'm more of a short, like under support, like a trend line's forming, and once it cracks short, or hey, there's a good area of, I call it a shelf that's being built in, and when that cracks, we're not getting those, aren't working as well right now. Just going back through the trends and how things go, come and go. I'm just not doing a lot of shorting at this moment. I do here and there, but it's mostly long right now. Yeah. Like just this, kind of like talking about the SPY right there, and just knowing these areas that I feel more comfortable in. Missing the short there, and then, okay, cool, let's find a bounce play, and then understanding where the support comes in on these charts. And then you have to start, that's the thing, what's hard for a lot of traders is to trust the chart, like you can get in and start reading the levels, but then you have to start understanding them, and then how to trust them and which ones to trust. And then even down the line, traders just can't ever build in the trust with that chart or what they're looking at. And that seems to be, like we talk about, one of the hardest things. I think you guys were talking about it earlier, at least when you brought up the book situation, like, hey, what books to read? And Michael's, talked about, hey, of course, I think he even said, and I said this, I think most people in the end can understand support resistance and understand where they need to put their lines, essentially. Then it really becomes how and who you are as a trader to come, to form your own plan. What's your philosophy? How do you attack the market? And then the biggest thing at the end of all that's your mental state, like how your psychological part of it all, like what's your mental capacity, like how big a share size can you hold, how long can you hold a trade, what size ticker can you maintain, are you a small cap large, or are you a small float large float, it's all those little things that you don't really understand that start to mess with the mind when you really dive deeper and deeper into this. I think at first we really truly enter this like we're going, it's like, to me, it's like this. You go to the beach, like we talked about Florida, right? We go to the beach, or wherever the beaches are that you go in the world, but you go to the beach. We all know how a beach starts. It's a few inches, or the waves are cresting right there. They're coming into the beach itself, the sand, right? Where the sand and the water meets. Then what slowly happens, the ocean floor is like this. It gets deeper and it's deeper and it's deeper. So at first we enter and we're just getting our feet wet and our ankles wet. Then we're getting into our shins and our knees. Well, next thing you know, we're fully submerged in water, and we can't really get the depths of how deep this floor goes. And then we really start to realize how deep it gets. You're like, okay, well, I'm adventurous. I want to go down there. You're an 18, 20-year-old. You got all, nothing's going to, that's when you're, nothing can, you're
invincible.
invincible. What's the word? The I word I'm trying to think of. You're invincible, right? You've got a lot more courage back then. So you just keep swimming. You just keep swimming. Well, finally, you realize that you're starting to run out of breath, and it's starting to get really dark and really deep, and you're freaking out now. And now you're down there, and you don't realize, you look up how deep you've gotten because of all that adrenaline you had. You went further than you've ever gone before, and now you're in a deep, dark hole, essentially. And that's what I feel a lot of traders do at first. And then they're down there where they need to just take it slow and steady. Let me just get my ankles wet. Let me just get my knees wet. Let me just get up to my waist, and then worry about, okay, when I'm in the waist, high water, like that's about what I get to now as an adult. Those waves coming in, they'll throw you around, right? You're not 15, 20 anymore. It's not as fun as it used to be. You want it a little bit more calm. You loved it freaking just reckless when you were a kid, but that's how it needs to be as you take this on a stock trading. Just do your ankles, get your knees wet, maybe get up to your waist. And when you get to your waist, don't get any deeper than that, and stay and learn how to maneuver those waves in your waist high before you ever get any deeper into that, into the ocean or Gulf or wherever you're going down to. But
sure. Do you are there books for you, audiobooks or regular books, doesn't matter. Are there books for you that you've read, pardon me, over the years that have stayed with you as a trader and has helped your journey along?
This is the funniest question. I love when people ask this because I don't read.
Don't read at all. Okay, no, that works.
I don't. It's funny. You would think I can't read. I'm one, obviously, like,
can't read?
Like, no, actually, I'm a really good reader. That's why I did broadcast journalism.
You can see numbers and you can see charts, but that's it, right?
Yeah, right. I'm like when I try to
you don't do the letter thing.
Yeah. No, I just never, even as a kid, you can ask my mom, I just was never really fascinated in reading. I just, even into high school, I just hate it. It was one of those things that I couldn't get into it. There's very rarely ever been a time when I was reading something I got into it. Like even like sports section like that. That's like there's never been a time that I didn't skim. My brain's going too fast to read. Like okay, boring. I'm wanting to get to what I want to get to, just the meat of the meat, right? And so I'm a big skimmer. And so I never would really take it and so if I, like, here's what I would do. Like, even like, this is what I need. I need like a trade the pool book, right? Where there's big words, there's not a lot of reading that I have to do. If I read it, like, just say a normal book, and what would happen to me is I would get like 3-4 pages down the line, and finally I would come to and go, and start really taking in what's happening. I'm like, what is even going on? I just read 4 pages and can't tell you a damn thing that just happened in those 4 pages. I couldn't tell you a thing. That's how I read. And so I'm starting to skim, and now I'm flying through it, not really even reading it. And I'm going, and then I finally kind of come to from whatever I'm multitasking. I don't even know. I can't remember anymore. I don't read books, but yeah, no, it's funny. People ask that. I'm like, man, no, yeah. I get the audio book thing, but I don't have very few and far time. I mean, it would be maybe when I'm walking the dogs, or I'd have my maybe 30 minutes to 45 minutes in the afternoon at night that I could get maybe some audible book time in. And then like maybe when Avery's gone and I can get more time in possibly, but just nothing fascinates me out there when it comes to books, unfortunately. So yeah, so I'm always so disappointing for people when they're like, okay, well, Josh has no books for me.
No, but we also have the realm of podcasting and interviews, and I find it to be also a great way if you don't like to disseminate information through the eye gate or the ear gate or whatever, but if you can actually get it through the podcasting or maybe the author talks about his book, or the hedge fund manager or the trader. I've seen a lot of these where they were in a book or they write a book or whatever, and then they do some great extensive interview, and some of the information is distilled in that. I find that to be also advantageous and very helpful as well.
Yeah. I mean, you got to find what works best for you for whatever reason. Just reading was not it for me. Visually was more so, and kind of doing things on my own, hands-on approach, so to speak, and getting to it. And so, yeah. So, I mean, reading's great. Audible books are great. There's a lot of information there that, I think a lot of it comes back to the mental state and the motivating thing that they need to hear or read these things. Mm-hmm. I just have always been from Optimus Primes to Michael Jordans, I can watch MacGyver and find something motivating out of it and go, yep, all right, there we go. So I think there's a lot of that. I think the one thing what could help me out down the if ever were the case, we're just opening my brain to new ideas, which would be the thing that I want to do down the line when I'm streaming live. I want to just go stream and stream what I like to trade and what I'm doing, right? What we're doing here. And then I'm getting into one-on-ones, so I don't really have a lot of time to venture off unless I'm going to, say, hey, every night and then I'm getting less, but like every night from 9 to 11, I'm going to go back test and do all these new things. And my goal is to continue doing what I've already found successful for the next few years, then eventually stop streaming, stop doing so many one-on-ones, stop doing all of that, and just kind of maybe have like in-person get-ups, right? Meet together, my AKNR, as I call them, once or twice a year, where you can really learn. You come to me in person. We meet somewhere like we were talking about doing here on Trade the Pool at Joe, Kevin, Steve, or whatever, where we have these like once a month or once every couple of months, where we're like, hey, Trade the Pool, live convention, San Diego, California, from April 19th to April 25th. Come out and meet Josh, Joe, Jesse, whatever, Kevin Avery, and learn from them, and whatever, right? We'll have giveaways and whatever. You get my point? Doing those, because in-person training is great. But yeah, when I get to the point where I'll have some time where I don't have essentially in life, where I don't have all these other extra things going on, where I can wake up and go, I'm going to trade for a little bit, and then about 9:30, 10, I'm going to call it for the morning, take a little break, and come back, and then start to work on that new game plan I've been, and see how that new, and maybe even at that point have AI help me out and do what Michael Noss is doing, and have bots kind of doing those setups. If there are setups that bots can actually trade for me, where I can just sit back on certain setups that I like and say, hey, you just take those trades when those ever come up on certain tickers, right? Sure. I think a lot of the trades I take, especially for small caps, you have to be there. You can't just have a bot do it for you. But yes, it'd just be one of those things down the line, for sure, expanding the brain on trades. I know Barney, don't want to forget the question, though.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up. Barney has a good question.
How to pass a 100K TTP account? Well, Barney, I love how Taquito says, take only good trades. Exactly. The key thing is go small. Don't worry about trying to move into a funded account day 1 or day 5 or day 10, knowing that if I take 10 trades, I'll get it. Take the time, have the patience, go smaller. I think a lot of traders rush into trade wanting to overall to pass it and get into it going bigger. And that only sets in bad habits. So let's say, hopefully, Barney, you haven't traded a lot in your journey. Well, if you haven't, don't go doing the bad things, essentially. I have what's called the 10 Commandments on my YouTube. So here's my YouTube, right? So, well, Joe, if you want to put the links out there, or you back there, hi, it's me. So go look up Josh Smith -AK47 here on YouTube. And I have a video called the 10 Commandments. Essentially, it's a rule book, a guide for what to do every day. Started on Monday. You do it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You do that every week, every month for the rest of the year. Essentially, it has a guideline, a routine for you to start. Pre-market into the closing bell. Ending with you doing homework, charting, and going over your trades. And that's the key at first. You got to figure out who you are as a trader. I could say, do my bounce plays. You'll pass 100K eval. Hey, short the tops. Those are working in small caps. Hey, go do high of day, low of day range breaks, right? There's different ways to pass the eval. The key, though, is how not to blow it up and lose it. And so that's why I say start small. Don't try to overtrade. Take it easy, That's the key, because most traders want to go in and they blow it up because they just want to overtrade, go big. And so I always teach the opposite of that and say, well, let's worry about the thing that can happen potentially, and that would be blowing it up. We can grow it, sure. Well, let's do the things, the risk-reward things that we can do at first. What can we do at first to manage not doing that so I'm still trading this? By the way, real quickly, and you can give your spiel, boom, there's that 740 break crack. Candlestick confirmation is right here. There's your entry price for the short, and engulf right back down into the lows right there. So nice, good little, again, W shape starting to take place, but just wanted to see that crack zone. We get the good candlestick confirmation there for the move back to lows. So,
yeah, I think you hit it really well, Josh. I think really risk management is definitely key. And if you're going to take losses, we all take losses, but you want your losses to be kept at as minimal as possible. So that way your wins are obviously outweighing what you're losing. And of course that's easier said than done. But I also find, using the brackets, using stop losses, I find that to be extremely helpful, and I will set my stop loss and I will not move it. The one thing that a beginner trader, even like myself, is tempted to do often is to just move that stop loss as it's approaching. And it's like, no, if you have a good conservative stop loss, don't continue to just to move it and move it and move it, because you're going to take a much bigger loss. For myself, a lot of times I will move my stop loss the candle next to it, or the candle that's next to it. If it's short or long, I will move it to that. I'm willing to lose that candle before, what for the most part, for whatever that was worth. So you really want to be careful with that, and because if not, you could just get blown out really quick, and you want to mitigate those losses.
Yeah, no, that's the key at first. I mean, of course, we all approach this, I think, the wrong way at first, which is want to make money and you just get in fired away, and I think that's when then you start building in these bad habits, which is whether it's over trading, oversizing, be contrarian to the market. Oh, here's the crack. It's going to dump now. It's going to dump now. Or it's going to break out now. It's going to break now. So you start doing a lot of that. You start building a lot of anxiety because you start losing. What then happens, you start taking profit really too quickly. So any winner you do have after now all these losses, or the bigger losses, any quick 10 cent, 30 cent, 14 cent, 7 cent, 20 cent, 15 cent, 8 cent move you get, you're taking it. You're not letting it run. You're taking it all too. You're not scaling out. So now you're not working on proper things. You're completely now doing this ass backwards, and building bad habits. And that's what happens usually generally at first. And then so I work with so many traders that do that, and I'm trying to teach them how to scale out and hold longer. But any winning trade they get into, even when they have good entries, because that's the thing, they don't focus and worry about having a correct stop loss. I need to worry about my entry at first. What is my entry? What is my stop loss? Let's go smaller. How small can I go to actually stay into this trade to get to targets that I feel I can get to? Worrying about those things at first. Everyone's worried about the P&L. And so when you do that and start taking these losses, you start being this is gonna, and then you start, your anxiety goes up, your focus goes away. You're not waiting for the proper setups, A+ setups. Your patience is none. Your trust and faith is zero. And then then every little trade you get that you're green, you're taking it right away. Every 5, 7, 8 cents, 10 cents you get, whatever, you're green, take it, green, take it, green, take it, take it. You're in, you're out, you're in, you're out. So you're building that scalping mentality for your wins and not letting them run, and not even and then probably not doing the good thing of going back and okay, well, dang it, why didn't I hold that longer? My entries are getting better. I'm not really taking these losses anymore. I'm getting scalpier wins. It's great, but I want these wins to be bigger, right? So you got to keep, it's a nonstop work. That I don't think traders are putting in that too, the right work. They're working harder, not smarter, which a lot of us do at first. Even myself was just I didn't work at all at first, I will say that. I'd come in, and I think like a lot of people, they can come in and just watch a live stream, watch some videos, get the gist of it. Hey, most things we've done in life, for the most part, I would imagine we got into stock trading, we've been somewhat successful, or then maybe in some things very successful, but never really a loser. Anything I've ever done, I've been, like myself, I'm like, hey, I've succeeded, whether it was a job I wanted to do, whatever it is, I'm like, hey, I could figure it out and do it. Now, again, not like any job, like, hey, Josh, you can do anything. No, but the jobs I took on, even if I didn't want to, like back in the day, whatever job I had, I was fine at it. Like when I worked at restaurants and barbecue, or whatever, I worked waited tables, or I was, of course, getting into radio, thinking of school when I applied my effort to certain subjects, sports, whatever it was, there are video games, there was always like, hey, there was some sort of success, and it came quicker versus this, where it doesn't come quick. And so at first I just thought I could just, hey, yeah, sure, I'm on the job. Yeah, cool, I'll figure this out. Then I'd be on my phone, not really paying attention, watching, and, instead of probably in the time I could have spent reading books or whatever, potentially trying to learn, I'm just goofing off, half-assing it. And like I said, finally, after I lost that $1,000 on the $3,000 account, it hit me going like, you're not even trying. But then I started doing what a lot of people do, build the bad habits. So I went into paper trading, but was doing all the bad, dumb things. And that took about 3 weeks for me to realize what I was doing, all the dumb things. I'm like, you're not. Okay, yeah, now you're trying to do stuff, I guess. Yes, Josh, true, I'll give you that. But boy, you're not doing anything right. You're just firing away. You truly are becoming an AK-47. And you're just firing all the rounds you got in that banana clip. And so, and that, I think it's one of those things now that I do all these one-on-ones with traders. That's it though. So back to your, question, Barney, hopefully all that we just talked about, rings in your ears a little bit and write some of that stuff down. These things need to go on Post-it notes. I had my bottom of my screens were just covered with Post-it notes for things for me to remember to do and what not to do when I first started trading, because I'd get into trades, or maybe even right before a trade. You have a game plan, you enter that trade, game plan goes out the window, and you just start forgetting all the things that you need to stick to. And how many trades you'd get out of and go, why didn't I do that? Or why did I get into that trade? And why didn't I listen to myself? Write these things down. You've got to, again, like school, when you learned a definition in grade school, most people didn't go, what's the definition to this word? And it's a word you've never heard of before. You're saying it for the first time, and you knew the definition right afterward because you had 20 words. You had 30 words that you had to remember for that test coming up. And that was one thing where, like, for me, I was like, oh boy, I hated doing those tests back in the day. I truly did. Because that was, again, what I had to read.
Hey, if I may add to that, what you're saying, write it down. I think that's absolutely, that's what I do as well right now, is I journal my trades. I think it's also helpful to look at the trade later on. So okay, so let's say you trade in the morning. Look, let the hours pass. You kind of forget the trade. You kind of forget what you did. Your mentality, your emotions are not into it. You are now just looking at numbers and letters, right? You're just looking at your trade. And so in actually reflecting back, I have found, now that my emotions are not hijacked by the moment of the time that I'm in that trade and wanting it to do this or that, or seeing this or think I see that, I find it's super advantageous to see it later on that evening and to say, oh, well, this is where I was stupid. This is where I should have held longer. This is where I shouldn't have entered the trade. This wasn't a good entry point. So I want to throw that out. I think that's
That's why it's in one of the, it's for mid part of the day. I'd always even say that in the later part of the day, but one of my 10 commandments is take a break. And that's mid part of the day, because a lot of traders want to sit here all day long. And so I always realized when I took a break from around like 10 to noon, whatever, 2-3 hour break, and just reset the brain, it helped me out just being a better trader, and then I could step away and I didn't always have to be trading. So that helped that out. And then I would do that at the end of the day. Usually I would step away, come back, right? And just come back, have a clear mindset, and go, oh yeah, let's go look at everything for the day. And usually have a reset brain mindset. It's almost in the same analogy in theory, I'm sure, for our brains. I'm not a psychologist, but I guarantee it goes back to where they say, when you get into a fight, it's best just to walk away, right? Let those nerves and those emotions calm down. Like, say, even for me and Avery, my wife, right? We get into an argument right then and there. When you get heated, it's not, let's just take a break. Let's just chill, do something for 30 minutes, an hour, come back and address the situation. It's a whole different result most of the time doing that than just trying to fight right through it, right? And yell at each other or whatever it might be. It's much better to just take a break. I mean, I did this myself. Take a terrible trade, yell at myself. What did most times you want to do? Let's go over, let's get it back, let's trade again, yay. And what? You would overtrade, you'd go firing away at dumb setups and lose even more. You would revenge trade. That's versus, right. I took a loss. Okay, cool. Why? Let's look at it a little bit. Let's go take a break. Let's go eat an apple, a little peanut butter and jelly sandwich, a little banana, a little honey, get a little barbecue chips in me, right? Get a little something positive going that I love, food, something positive. Then come back 30 minutes, an hour later, look for a trade. And then I'm like, oh, wow, look how well you did when you reset the brain there. It's very powerful. I mean, you don't really realize how powerful your brain is. It's very strong, guys. And so you have to do these small little things. Don't sit there and pound away all day at the desk. Get up, take breaks. Find positive small things in life that you love. Go do them. Bring the enjoyment, the enlightenment that you have in other things in life to you. You're not good. I want to say you're not going to miss something. You're not. I mean, in my brain, you aren't. You are missing moves, yes, but you have to get over. You're going to miss moves all the time. Yeah. So if you can get over,
it's always moving. It's always moving.
Yes.
That's the thing I have to remind myself is that, if I miss this move, okay, because there's another stock or another ticker making another move somewhere.
That's all good. He's fine. Dogs coming in left and right.
There's a dog.
There's a big guy. There's a big guy.
So the number is 14. You guys have 14 Great Danes, is that right?
No, four Great Danes, 14 dogs. So we have 14 total dogs, 4
okay.
Great Danes. So yeah,
that would be a lot of Great Danes.
oh God, bro, yeah, that would
Your
be
vet bill would be far more than a mortgage.
yeah.
My
Exactly,
goodness.
100%, 100%. Yeah, tack. Yeah, you got to almost kind of play tricks with your mind, right? You got to get into that positive. I'm just luckily that way. I'm always seeing positives out of negatives, and however I can twist it in my brain. I say twist it. I'm like, oh yeah, well there's this, there's that out of it, and then most times, the negative I'll forget about, positives I'll remember. Negatives we'll learn from and then move on from. I don't want to remember them like they're ingrained in my brain. Certain ones, right, like that, I don't remember the ticker, but I remember the exact price it was for the most part, right around 90 cents, third halt up, right. I remember chasing that. I remember the emotions. I never wanted to feel that again. So you remember those real powerful negative moments, but all those small ones usually I twist into some positive, and next thing you know, I'm not even thinking about it. I'm moving on to something different. And even with Avery, she sees that, and like my wife, I'm just such a positive person. I'm always looking forward to stuff, and I've seen that recently in like a study, where if you you're always looking forward to stuff. Like me, the little small things, like last night grilling out, I couldn't wait to have cheeseburgers. Right, I was like, oh my god, I can't wait to grill. It feels so good outside. Some cheese, just who doesn't love of course, in the way it smells, right? When you smell a cheese, even when you're not cooking, that's the worst. You go outside, like when I go outside and I'm walking the dogs, or whatever, I'm doing yard work, and you're like, someone's cooking. God, it smells so good. You're like, I'm hungry now. But I love doing that where I'm like, oh, I know someone is outside right now smelling these cheeseburgers, and they're going, oh man, that smells good.
They're getting jealous.
Yeah,
Right.
So all those little small things I look forward to. Planning these little small things, of course, it comes to me being a stock trader. I think that comes in really good. I'm such a planner. I've always been that way, and it's one of those things. Of course, sometimes drives the wife wild. I'm just that person, because then I like to look forward to those things, and I start talking about them. Well, that's great to be that way in stock trading, to have a plan and talk about it, and then say it over and over and over. Because what happens, like I was saying earlier, you may have a plan, and a lot of people, I even did this at first, but you have a plan, and then you don't stick to the plan. And then after the plan is all done and resolved, and the plan you should have stuck to, you didn't, and you took a loss because you diverted from the plan, you go, dope, and what am I? I just would have did what I said I was going to do. And then eventually you do that enough, if you learn and go, well, how many times are you going to do that, Josh? And you learn, like I say, put your lines in and trade them. And so I had to learn to trust what I was seeing, right? What am I seeing over and over and over? And it was that. If I put my lines in and I saw how often they were working, I could trade them. And that made it easier.
It's the famous Mike Tyson quote. Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yeah.
Everyone's got a plan until all of a sudden it's like, oh, I emotionally got in this trade. Oh, and look, it's going my way. Now it's not going my way. And then you're caught.
And you're doing one of those right there and just watching it, and just instead of being able to react to it perfectly and know exactly, where your stop loss should be or should already be in. Most people aren't doing that. And that's what I love about Trade the Pool. You can put those orders in. I've been showing a lot of traders out, even, that use Trade the Pool. When I get on my bounce plays, or when you get into a play, set your stop loss if you want to. Set your orders in to get filled. Whether you're going short or long. Let's say right now is going long on the SPY. I wanted to get filled at the low of day. I'm filled. I could come in here and put a limit order right there. I want to get filled here. Put a limit order here. And then I can just sit back and watch, right? And just sit back and say, hey, if it gets back below, I have my trailing stop or whatever it may be. And then I've got my true limit orders to get filled as it rolls on up there. And you can just sit back and watch the play. It's the best way to trade. Try to start doing that a lot at first too as well. If you don't do that, put those limit orders in. I understand a lot of traders want to get in, get out, market order in, market order out. Start to trust the trade. Start to trust the process, and put those limit orders in. I've been trying to do that with a lot of traders I work with this year, just because I notice a lot of traders don't do that. And then down the line, they start to just completely go in and all out on their trades, and they don't get the scaling and getting kind of the full fruition of pitchers. And then they get mad about that, right? You start building in that whole, that becomes this whole mental blockade of, I can't hold long, I can't hold, right? And then that is because it's the habits that you've been built in.
Yeah.
Any questions you guys have here for us as we wind down last 14, 15 minutes here, whatever we got left for the morning? We have afternoon commentary, power hour commentary coming up later today. You've got tomorrow and Thursday for earnings, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah,
I'll be back on tomorrow and Thursday.
Cool. So get ready for earnings, team. We got some good plays, good moves coming up this afternoon. I think a little bit more so today than yesterday. Usually Monday and Friday are the little bit, especially Friday, are the slower days. I'd always notice that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is usually when the big boys come out to play. So come back today, Wednesday, and Thursday for sure.
Are you back on today for earnings?
Yep, today.
Nice.
Yeah, I will be this afternoon. What's up? 40-something. XRTR made me 2 bands. Nice. Yeah, XRT was great shorts at the top today. Beautiful shorts today for XRTX there at that 350, 375 mark. Multiple shorts there. Lex. Mr. Lexi Flexi. How do you put in a stop loss on the platform? Oh, there's multiple ways. I mean, I'd have to get into a play. You know what? I'll do a lesson. I'm surprised. You know what? Trade the pool. I'll start doing those. I don't know if we have any out there. Here's what I'm going to do for you, Lex. This will be huge for us in Trade the Pool. I'm going to do some more shorts because I don't think we have on the platform, which would be huge and beneficial, tutorials. How to put in a stop loss. And now maybe Trade the Pool we do possibly and put that link out there. But how to put in a trailing stop, how to put in a stop loss, how to put in limit orders, how to put in how to scale out going long or short. So when you're into a trade, how do you set a trailing stop? How do you set in limit orders to get out of it? I need to do a tutorial. That would be awesome, and do multiple videos. How to put a stop loss on Thinkorswim or on Trade the Pool. Sorry, I'm always using Thinkorswim. But yes, that would be huge. Yeah, thanks. I need to see. Yeah, cool. Lex, I'll do that. And we also have some news that I can't mention per CEO, but I will, as in for us and broker, or should I say charting and stuff. Coming up, we got some great news and some good rule changes possibly that I think everyone's going to love. Another wave of those coming up like we had in November of last year. But I will do those. It's not that hard. What I'll maybe look into do this week is do one per day, and look for those on YouTube here, on Instagram, on X. They'll usually post them all across the board. I will do those for you. That would be huge. And I bet traders I know like yourself would love that. We have tutorials on the Trader Revolution forum. There we go. Okay, cool. Education. There we go. Thank you. I was wondering if we had these. So here we go. Clicked on the link there. So click on that link, brother man. Lex Anderson. Cool. So here we go. Popular by Trade the Pool. So this is trader education here. So we do have a lot of different things that you can look at over here. Small cap trading, trading blueprint, trading podcast, funded trader, trading prep, trading 101, systems trading, collaboration, trading tutorials. Okay, there we go. All right. I'll even add to it. I'll go through here and see if there's nothing on there that I could add to it. But would help out traders as well.
Nope, looks like Josh has a bad signal. I've actually used some of these videos before in the past few months. They're really
Forex stocks, futures to stocks. Okay, love it. Good stuff there. Thank you, Mr. Joe. Thank you, boss man. Thank you, brother man Joe. There we go. I can exit out of those. There we go. Love it. Good stuff there. Good stuff. Old school people appreciate 40 hands. Oh, yeah. 40. Hey, did you ever play Edward 40 Hands? Edward 40 Hands? Yeah, Edward 40 Hands. That's what it's called, right? Edward 40 Hands? Did you ever play that? Jesse?
I never did. I never played that, no.
Edward 40 Hands. So essentially what we would do is you'd go get, do you know what a 40 is, right?
A 40? You're cutting out. Josh, you're cutting out a little bit. Your audio, yeah. I don't know what the Arkansas Starlink is doing to you out there in the beautiful state of Arkansas, but it looks like perhaps maybe we've lost Josh here. So, hopefully we'll get him back here shortly. And yeah, so let's go ahead and see if I can share my screen and take a look at maybe what's going on. Let's see. That's just my face. How about we go here, share screen. Okay. This should be working. All right. Hopefully you guys can see my screen right now. I heard something, but I can't hear it very well. It sounds like somebody was reaching out to me. Let me know in the chat if you guys can see my screen. Anybody at all? Just say. Say that one more time. I turned the volume up. Okay, let's share it again. All right, let's try this again. And how's that? Ingrid, you say you see my screen. All right, let's try this. Is this good now? Okay, looks like you guys can see my screen, so that's great. Let's take a look at a few things out over here. So let's take a look at the 5-minute with Tesla. Tesla's been really dropping today. It's been holding at around the 380s marks, 388s or so. And I took some shorts here, which most of them worked out well, but yeah. Let's take a look. So earnings tomorrow, Tesla, that will be very interesting. I actually wonder if perhaps Tesla is, if we're anticipating this earnings, and so we're not making enormous moves. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what's going on with the earnings report coming up, and yeah. Right now we're just looks like we're finding some support down here, about 388 or so. So that is interesting. Let's go over to MU. Josh, did you make your way back on? Josh is not here yet. He has some low bandwidth with the internets, as it were. Who's that? Who just got on? Let's take a look. I believe somebody was on here with me. Nope. It is just me. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. So yeah, and MU's falling. MU's slipping today and has been trickling down really pretty much from the open. We had this candle and then after that we went below VWAP and have continued to fall down. Kind of in a range at the moment with MU, really. We fell, and now we're just kind of here at around the 443 mark. 443s for MU. One of the stocks that impressed me today, if you were going long, is AMD. AMD continues to climb. Let me show you on the 1-day chart. Look at this. AMD just continues to push higher and higher. Yesterday, we reached about 288s or so and fell down. Today we're 279, but I mean today is still looking pretty good for AMD. I did not trade it today. So, yeah, I mean, we're above VWAP. A lot of these other tech stocks are below and are kind of having, it's been kind of more on the short side today, but AMD is doing all right. Let's take a look at what else is going on. Takatsu says, my mom finally sold AMD and she bought it $14. Okay, nice. That's great. That's really good. And 40-something 7667 says AMD, Apple, Tesla all too rich for me. Yes, they are very rich. Tack, my guy. I'm going to call you Tack. All right, sounds good. Makes it a little easier for me. Oh, my wife is on here. She says, I see your screen. Thank you, honey. That's good. I'm happy somebody does. That's good. Tack says, we're close at 390 with Tesla. He says that's his setup. We have about 3 minutes here. Let's take a look at the SPY. Let's take a look and see what it's doing. Okay, so yeah, it looks like we fell. We're well below VWAP, but we're kind of ranging now. This is the 5-minute chart. So, yeah, 706. Can we hold that today? Perhaps. QQQ. Pretty similar. Still kind of caught up in that range with Qs today. 646, 647. I was kind of hoping Tesla was going to break out a little bit more today, even if it was to the downside. But I mean, as you can see here on the 5-minute, we're just, at the moment, there's just nothing too comfortable that I would want to take a trade in. Yeah. And then the mags, similar story, kind of down, then ranging. Yeah. Amazon is up for the day, but we are below VWAP. Really nothing to trade here. Okay, cool. That will about do it for me. So let's go ahead and go back to, I have not done this before. As you all can see, hey, it's been a great morning and I've really enjoyed the time here. So let's see how we go off the screen. If somebody can direct me to do that, go out right now. Go out.
Yo, what is up, guys? It is Steve Talman here with Trade the Pool. It is Power Hour, and we are starting to move here. So, guys, we're going to hop right into it here. I'm fighting my computer lag to get you into this trade as fast as possible. I do think that we're breaking out into a nice double bottom through this trend line. So here's the setup. 70660 on SPY. That is our level, our neckline here, our point of control. We are potentially looking at a failed breakdown, a failed auction below, if you would call it that. It got a measured move down. Then we kind of put in a middle here. I think we're putting in a higher low, double bottom, just like this. Well, need one more line there, like that. There we go. So see the neckline here? I believe we're pushing through it as we speak. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So if you're in this trade, the stop loss is under this big squeeze candle, and we'll frame this. We're looking for a move up to VWAP, which is going to be sitting right about here at the 708. Oh, that's a short position. Here's long. Stop under there. That's just a one-to-one kind of trade. One-to-one kind of trade. And we can also put our fibs here and look at the range that we're looking to play expansion from this low to this high. And you can see us testing the 786. If we can get above this, then I think we should be trying to squeeze the top here and going for some of these stops up in this kind of value area here at 708. 708. So we will keep an eye on SPY. A few of our other names that we're watching today for some swing trade entries. We are seeing BMNR starting to reclaim its moving averages here. So I still like this one for a swing. I think you can target 24 for your first trim. Pull up the daily chart here. You can see a nice double bottom starting to form. Hey, what's up, Joe? Oh, whoops, I'm seeing the music on here. Let me get that out of here. There we go. All right, Joe, you've been doing car things. We'll definitely be taking a look at that very shortly here. FCX, I believe, starting to look real good to me as well. So I am gonna be popping around to these trades. This is the one that I just entered, FCX. I took a June call myself, a June 75 call at 275. But I think this is a setup that's going to be very explosive if it can hold this 9-day moving average. I think it might need to come back down. Sorry for blasting your ears out there. I think it might need to come down to the 21 here, which would be 65. That's a few dollars. That's if this kind of structure, this moving average can't hold. But if it can, I think this thing can just start squeezing and all the shorts will step out of the way if it can break back above the 70 and reclaim there. So this is a very high time frame level. And essentially, if you go back 12, 13 years on FCX, we are just 1, 2, 3 knocking through that old resistance. So if we can flip it, which it seems to me like we're in the process of doing so, after kind of reclaiming this megaphone type pattern, I think we're ready to break out and push on higher. That would be looking like a move to 75 to start with the potential up to 80 or even 90 quite quickly. So I'm watching closely to see if this one can hold. Intraday has a really nice look to it here on the 1 minute at least. Starting to look like it's ready to push through this base. Nice higher low base. I really, really like this kind of setup. And so this is a good one for me. Good enough for me to take the swing. One other one that we really like here is ONDS, and this is also starting to look very constructive here. After yesterday, had a crazy breakout, really nice like 10% breakout, and the closing price was 1073, down from an 1104 high of the day. So it came back, tested that a few times. That's actually where it ended up reclaiming before kind of surging in the afternoon here. So after that, it has broken the downtrend line, as we can see here, and started to put in what I think is going to be kind of an inverted head and shoulders here. So very constructive in my book, and I think it wants to post a daily candle that's closing around $11. Anything over 11 would be very, very bullish. Currently trading at 10.96, so perfect there. You can see how the daily candle just came back to retest the buyers at the close. Once they found that they were still there, now we can kind of attempt to save this candle and save this rally and just keep on pushing higher after finding sellers over this previous previous sell level there. So I still really like this chart. I think it can go very, very far, very fast if circumstances are right. Which seems like it's finally doing what it needs to so far. One thing that's a little bit suspicious about its structure is that this low is a lower low. So you can see right there, it swept this out. Now that doesn't mean that it's invalid. Besides that, it's ticking all the boxes for a valid bottoming structure. You can see all these moving averages clustering. They got washed out, then reclaimed, and now they're pushing up nicely through this downtrend line. To me, it's looking like this thing's ready to try to push up at least to the midpoint of the range, which would be about $13. So I'm a big fan of this trade here too. But I just gotta note that, hey, don't love when this second low is lower, because then often it needs to swipe out once more to form a valid higher low off of this. So still liking the ONDS trade there. What's up, Tuck? You did Axon? Okay, interesting. AVAV plus 17. Yeah, you're in the drone space. I like it. I like it. Protecting the IGV leap on Microsoft alone. Let's talk about that in a second here, but I want to go through a few more things here. First off, SPY, we talked about this being a long. To me, it's looking like it's eaten up on through and getting ready to push on higher. Keep an eye on these moving averages, though, of course. So the 9 especially there at 706.50. I just want to see if the short-term momentum can hold. This can flush out to the 21, and that's where it really kind of matters. But I would just kind of like to see this kind of surge up to the upside to that VWAP before we find a real seller. Okay. Getting a lot of alerts triggering on BMNR. I think it's going back and forth over a key pivot. So often when that happens, it's often a sign that it's kind of in the process of reclaiming that level that I've noted is important. So maybe I'll be too busy in some other trades. Like I don't even have BMNR on my screen right now. But it's still just the fact that it's going back and forth over a level that I know is important. That's starting to build in the back of my mind, like, hey, this probably is still a valid setup because it's playing ball at a level, you know? It's not just flushing right through. I don't hear it once and not again at all, you know? So we're going to pull that one up as well. Wanted to show you guys the daily chart a little bit more on this one because it's very interesting. This one is one that hasn't run a lot. You've seen a lot of sectors getting pumped very, very hard off the bottom. One that has not gotten pumped, even though Bitcoin has. Ethereum is very, very close to its bases, and this is one of the best proxies, I think, for it. It is still in its base here, and if we can just hold this level and find acceptance in the top kind of quartile of this range, I'll show you that. So basically over this golden pocket, if we can find acceptance here over these moving averages, I think that we can squeeze pretty fast and pretty easily up to a midpoint of the range that we sold off from. So see this kind of sell-off range. No, so actually we did squeeze up to the midpoint. So I think we can squeeze up into this golden kind of pocket here. Or you could even argue, maybe just go to this swing high and then this midpoint, which is still roughly the same place. Just kind of ballparking where we might kind of go up. But this is definitely a level that I'd like to see popped and start to fill this gap up here to 26.73. And I think it can play catch up pretty quick if we start going risk on. Okay. So Adrian mentioned something that's interesting up here, because while I am bullish, I think it's important to start having hedges, because if things start happening, they're going to roll pretty darn quick. So the names he mentioned are two that I'm a big fan of. VG in particular is starting to come back to a really buyable level here for me. Unfortunately, we don't have more price history on Trader Revolution here, but this is a high time frame support right here at 1150. Like right there, like 1150 to 12, we can call it. Maybe 11 to 1150. High time frame support there where buyers should be stepping in my book, and we can see that volume starting to go there, and we see the bottom starting to be put in potentially with a lot of volume up top here. So I think it could potentially get dragged back up here pretty quickly to the 14 level, 15 level, and potentially up higher to 17 and beyond if it does get the catalyst that it needs, which is going to be continued conflict and higher energy prices, and as the market looks to basically replace the supply that's been taken out of the market by the closures of the Strait of Hormuz, specifically natural gas to Europe, energy to Europe, they're going to need to substitute it primarily with natural gas, and these guys export it. So that's the kind of play here that we're talking about for VG. Very compelling. And SPY, as we said earlier, just watch this 9 moving average. We don't know what's going to happen, but as long as it holds, it can squeeze. And so far holding nicely, and we're going to test that squeeze pretty shortly. Looking for that VWAP, that move about $1. About a straight shot dollar move is what we'd like to see in the next half hour here. And then Adrian also mentioning CVX. We'll pull up the daily chart in the top right corner there, because it's had a pretty big beat down after an amazing run. And it's basically coming back to where it had based consistently before it got kind of parabolic. So starting to look pretty decent, starting to look like kind of it's breaking out of a falling wedge type move there. I want to keep an eye on that for sure. Let me pull up some more charts, and then we got a lot to talk about actually, because we want to talk about earnings as well. ONDS might be failing a little bit. Looks like it needs to rebase. Just holding this range, as long as it holds over 1084, I think it's still valid. And really, as long as it holds over the low of the day, I think it's still kind of fine. We should check in on oil. Oil definitely looking heavy. Still digesting this move. Same one that caused SPY to rip here. And there's been so many headlines lately. Which one was this? Let me pull it up for y'all. This one was AP News saying Iran is seeing signs that the U.S. is ready to lift the blockade. So basically, taco, taco, taco. And the market loves that because you know what? We just want our shipping lanes back. That's all the market actually cares about. If we can return to normalcy there, we are good to go. So SPY getting the push through this pivot now. We'll see if it sticks the move. Another interesting chart for me that I am in is this APLD. Really liking how it is just basically holding its pivot, its daily pivot. You can kind of see here where the first big gap up found sellers, and we've been trading in a kind of ascending triangle like that. Until yesterday we broke it, closed above. Today we back tested it very cleanly. Now we're back testing yesterday's close, similar to ONDS. And in my book, I'd like to see this close just a little bit higher if the market rips up. It would be great if it can close above 33.20. That's a nice low volume node that it can wick up into, and that would put a nice hammer on the day. I would really like to see that. So the reason why I'm so bullish on these is, well, there's a few reasons, but the first off is the leader, NBIS, is absolutely beautiful. And honestly, you could buy this. You could buy this here, and I still think it's a good buy, as long as you use risk management. Can't buy it here and then let it go down here. But you could buy it here, say, hey, I think this is a tight consolidation flag. You could call it, I think this is a high and tight flag. Yeah, 82. If it's over a 60% move in under 3 months, it's a high and tight flag. If it does that and then pulls back within 20%, so that's definitely going to be within 20%. This is a very tight flag. Yeah, 9% flag. And it's already trying to kind of break that structure and go higher as the 9 starts coming up. So I think that maybe it fakes a breakout, comes back down, and holds pretty close to maybe 150 would be awesome, but I think it probably doesn't even give that. Maybe like 155 as this 9 moving average comes up. So I think this one is going to keep on leading, and I'm looking for other names in the sector to keep participating as well. So going through a few of those here. IREN. So this is one where, hey, this one was looking, this was a great gap up through here, and higher time frame structure is absolutely gorgeous on this. Just absolutely gorgeous when you look at this kind of flag that it's trying to put in here. But you got to respect the downtrend line. When you have a big downtrend line, there will be sellers. So it makes sense that it's kind of rolling a little bit. But the good thing that I like is that although it's having a bad day today, it's near the lows of the day, it's still holding this range where it gapped up from, and the moving average has kind of came up. So now that the moving average, the support it brings, is going to be above the gap and above this kind of previous range that you can see is very important. So in my book, as long as this holds, and you could even say as long as the gap holds like this, I think this one still is in play and is basically coiling, consolidating under this big downtrend line, this big pennant, and eventually it will make its move up on and out into new highs. So I'm really liking this one here. Adrian saying he was waiting for it to break 50, but it couldn't twice, so getting a bit iffy. So yeah, I think it got tired and this setup failed, the initial momentum crazy squeeze setup. So it's not going to do what IREN did. That one just had enough juice to just keep, offering higher prices and going higher and higher and higher, sweeping stops, sweeping it out like that. This one, it's going to need to be a little bit longer term here. So we're going to look for support on these moving averages coming over and hope that as they continue to come up here, cross over, we'll get the 21 crossing over the 50 here. Eventually we'll get those crossing up and over here as well. Well, just continuing up so that their actual support, the actual levels are support when the candle comes down around this blue zone. We'll have that kind of confluence happening around that 45 handle, maybe down to the 43. And that's where I'd like to see buyers take a stand. We should also be looking at the index for these names. And it's kind of just doing the same thing. This one's just a little bit stronger, but essentially it's just ran too hot without kind of checking in with one of its supports. So it's just got to come back and check in with one of these high volume moving average nodes. And then I think it should be good to go more. So we talked IREN, we talked NBIS, a few more to put on your radar. Wolf looking very good to me. This one is coming in and starting to play ball with its 9 moving average. I'd like a bigger sweep out to this 21. I don't know if we'll get it. Kind of depends on the strength of the market. But essentially what I see is a breakout of a megaphone here. These can be very explosive and they can be tricky. You can think, hey, it's weird and tired and it just moves so much, it's got to come back down, and it can just keep on screaming on up off these moving averages, climbing higher. So these are your guides. Those are your guides. Wolf, and then one other one. We talked APLD as well. Okay, APLD, IREN, Wolf. Is there one I'm missing, Adrian? I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll come back to it. There is, but I forget. Oh, this is one that I found that I think is really, really pretty looking. CIFR. This one I really like. This is just a crazy wedge here. Crazy pennant. Don't get me wrong, like I'm late on this. It should have already been in this, so now I'm waiting for... First off, I was waiting on this back test of this level here. I do think that this is a potential buy spot off of this. I do think it could also come down a little bit more and kind of form a megaphone. Let me show you that. And then we'll get back to some intraday stuff, check in on that. So you have this kind of structure like this. And most of these names in this past couple days, as they broke the range and are trying to kind of negotiate how they're going to break out and if they're going to break out, they did a few things. They kind of traded up, down, in this kind of flag, right? This one kind of went up and then just traded sideways for a few days before popping to the top of its range. Essentially, it wasn't really a uniform rectangular range. It kind of went down a little more than the others and then popped to the top a little more than the others. So it's kind of an expanding pattern here. That makes me think that if it doesn't have the oomph to break out and the market is a little bit heavier in the tape today, what we could see is this one come down to the bottom trend line here and give us that really nice entry off of the 21 here. It would also be over this kind of zone right there. See how it lines up? Previous swing high, that wick that was resistance. That's where we kind of had wicks here showing resistance before surging through. Now we'd get a clean back test there as well. So I like the 1650 kind of entry there on CIFR. Let's see what else we got happening intraday here. SPY tried to do the power up move, big red candle there, but still holding the line right at our neckline. So I'm not sure how much we can really expect of a move today. I would say first off, let's just watch this big kind of candle, the range here. So the top of that is 707.30, the bottom 706.19. Wow. It's quite a candle there. So we're going to watch that range and see which way it breaks. One thing I really like, look at the power on ONDS there. This one wants to close over 11, just like we were talking about, Adrian. Good stuff there. Damn, you swung this 4 times already, NBIS? Just an ATM. Beautiful. I love trades like that. Love trades like that. ONDS off of this kind of 9 to 10 levels for me. I've gotten that like 3 times this year so far. Been just a big payer. Keeps paying out. So USO still kind of hanging on. We got to keep an eye on that. And that's going to be the kind of only thing that I see kind of pulling us back. So we'll put that right under SPY here. Uranium, this is a chart that I like. I'll look at uranium in the top right on our daily chart there. So this is rare earths and uranium. I think this one is a really, really pretty chart as well, guys. And it's just kind of hanging out, taking its time, doing another one of these consolidations over the moving averages after breaking this downtrend line. So if this was a fake breakout, I don't think that it would be doing this big green day like this off the first tap. I don't think it would be this uniform right here. And so for me, I think this is still looking really good. I'd like one more clean tap off of this rising 9 moving average, and if we get that, I would like to get in on this one. We'll add, I've been in on this one since I don't know, the break of 20 a couple days ago, week ago, something like that, I think. I honestly don't remember. I either got in on the breakout, or I got in on the back test. I could not tell you, but it's somewhere around that 20. That's my cost basis, and I'm looking for that one to really go. Whoa, all right, SPY is cooking there, and it looks like we are going to have a headline to process in a second here, because that's a news candle if I've seen one. Looks like we want to go up, but we did just sweep liquidity. Now testing, seeing if those buyers, the new buyers, can outpace the passive sellers here. If so, we can squeeze those passive sellers. Let me look for that headline for y'all. All right. From Financial Juice, Washington recalls its ambassador to Israel for consultations regarding developments regarding Iran's nuclear program. That's from Israel's Channel 12. Okay. We are going to see if the market indeed does view this as de-escalatory. We saw a big bottom wick on oil, but the first move was down. A little bit of less of a top wick on SPY. It's negotiating these new buyers, so we're going to see ONDS is pushing strongly here. Let's try to assess this. Talk's adding some Tesla long. Okay, looking for Tesla to 420. Ooh, all right, let's take a look at Tesla. I would not be opposed to that. That looks like a nice chart. That looks like it's ramping nicely here to push. It's down from under 400. You're looking for 420. That seems totally reasonable for me. I like it. I'm still seeing the downward pressure on USO and the upward pressure on SPY, so going to operate on the assumption that the market likes this news, and unless it proves us wrong here, we'll be looking for that to happen in 2 minutes on the 5-minute flip or in 7 minutes on the half-hour flip. So those are the two kind of pivot points where I'd be looking for this sell to potentially fail in terms of time. Oh, dude, you're right. Talk's calling out the thing. So Tesla's going to do the thing. Go ahead, and not financial advice, but probably go ahead and collect your free money, because why wouldn't Tesla hit 420 on the week of 420? That seems very logical. It loves doing this stuff. I hate it, but it loves it. It really does love it. I've never seen a stock respond more to the 420 level or the 69 handles. It's so silly. It's like, guys, be adults. You know, I like, not you, like the people who are managing this stuff, like they're putting giant cell walls at meme levels. It is too silly. Oh boy. All right. So SPY doing the thing. Like we said, this was buy pressure. We correctly identified that. It's eating this wick. Pressure, up. Good. Tesla looks like it's going to squeeze. Talk knew what to say or what to do on this dip, because when you get a dip in the context of bullish structure, you don't go, oh my goodness, everything I know about trading is wrong. You go, hey, there's a good chance that this is just fake, and just buy the little red, buy the dip. It's just pressure release. Maybe it's a block sell. Maybe it's just, it doesn't matter what it is. The pressure's real. That this is very likely to get absorbed. And that if it loses this big level, you're probably wrong. So you have defined risk. And you just say, hey, this is a good place to take a stab. All of a sudden, your entry is low in the base. Your risk was only small. And next thing you know, if you get the breakout through the neckline, see this neckline where it fell off from, where it's testing. If you get the breakout through there, next area of interest, this high volume node. I mean, great risk reward for a day trade. And if you hold it for a swing, just higher and higher and higher, because it's probably going up to this 400, and you probably are going to get a level after a surge to bring your stop on up with the price. You know what I'm saying? As you manage the trade. So really, really liking this is a little kind of case study of how to get involved with a setup that you know looks good, but sometimes just gives you guff, just gives you a big red candle for no particularly good reason, that you can't identify a good reason. And boom, there you go. SPY getting the follow through like we're looking for VWAP to tag here, and we'll watch that reaction. Nice action there. And USO about to roll. This looks like puking behavior, and it's going to go sweep this candle wick, and then that's the next area we're going to look for some interaction, probably in about 4 minutes as we get that 30 minutes flip. UUU, by the way, with this nice push up here, we got the 1 minute chart in the center top, and then the 1 day chart in the center right, and you can just see that bottom wick forming on the daily candle off that 9 moving average. So I love this. I want one more bottom wick as this rises up tomorrow. 21 is the big pivot. You can see it surging up into 21 as we speak. So maybe it comes back down tomorrow morning and gives us one more entry there. I think UUU will be a $25 stock pretty soon, because I think it wants to break on up and out of this range. So I think it's going to go up there at the very least before attempting the big range break. What else do we got on our plate? Tan is stuck. Let's see. Oh, that is very tight. Tight. Oh, what's the narrative for solar? A few things I want to talk about in the comments. Hey, Steve, good to see you, man. UUU versus LEU in the bear flag. What do you mean by this? You're saying LEU is in a bear flag here? That's definitely possible. We can chart that out real quick. There it is. Testing. So LEU is going to be like more sensitive to changes. They're higher beta than just about anything else uranium, except for maybe UUUU. URA is a better representation of the overall strength of the sector, I think, or URNM for the miners. You like in your in LEU? Okay, I see. Maybe I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about there. I'm bullish on the whole sector, So I just think the ones with more torque, they might whip you around a little more. Maybe that bear flag on LEU does play out halfway, and then it recovers, and then it just goes from there, and it's like an inverted head and shoulders bottom. Maybe it just squeezes up from here. I don't really know. But I do know that these commodity charts, they look like they are close to breaking out of these ranges and going much higher. It's just going to be tricky kind of catching them perfectly, so all you can do is kind of take shots off these moving averages. AA is a little interesting, starting to base after the gap down from earnings and essentially just kind of back testing this level here. I bet it's probably a really good time to get involved because the IV is probably still really low after getting crushed. It hasn't done anything in 2 days since then, really. It's got a low volume gap above, so the chances for it to go higher are much higher than they are to go much lower into this big volume shelf that it's bottom wicking off of. So maybe it goes there briefly, but more likely to resolve up, try to fill that gap in the low volume there. And then once you do that, you're just getting your odds better and better for the big breakout to happen, because this is a big old back test of a big old flag. So we'll see if it does play out. Been watching this one for a while. FCX reports this week, absolutely. Yeah, so we're probably just waiting for that. That's a really good thing to remember. I actually did forget that. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. You remember what Steve forgets. And SPY just eating all the gaps here. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there. Good price action. And ONDS, yeah, acting good. Everything's acting good off the bottom there. Well, on the rare earths and stuff, check out CRML, but I missed this one, dude. We talked about this. Fine, we'll look at it. Okay, this is going to be CRML when it loads here. Guys, can you hear me? Dude, I swear, I was, can you hear me? It says that I'm talking. What in tarnation? Throw me a 1 in the chat if I'm not talking to myself. I'm back, right? Guys, I had no hands on the keyboard. I feel so incompetent sometimes by the things that happen to me here. I don't know what to tell you. I think I'm just cursed because I swear I did not touch a single button, and that's quite often the case. So we're gonna blame the ghosts. 111. Oh, you guys are awesome. I appreciate you. There you go. So that's how long the lag takes too, by the way. Okay, so we're just gonna chalk that one up to the ghost in the machine. I'm gonna light some extra incense tonight on the altar and hope that I don't know, that exercises whatever is haunting me. CRML here, we're waiting for it to touch back into this 9 moving average, and that's going to be right around that $10 handle. So definitely keep your eye out on that. You can put an alert for that. We should check out the whole sector though while we're here. USAR, I'm annoyed. I missed this one because I didn't buy in pre-market with our boy Adrian here. He was in this one, I believe, under 20, if not into 20. So yeah, good stuff there. Good stuff there. Nice gap out. I'm playing the laggard in UUUU, but I do believe in it. I also called out MP. I did not play this one, but this one's working just as well as any of them, I think. Yeah, beautiful. Just climbing up this wall here. I thought I was late when I saw it top wicking here, but then it posted this beautiful day, and then I should have just hopped right in. Then I thought I was late here, and it just keeps climbing up and up and up. I thought I was late here on this red day, saying, okay, it's topping now. I can wait for it to come down. Nah, I should have just bought it there. Stair stepping up. This one's going to go much higher because this is a big old flag. You see that structure, guys? It's really pretty. One of these. One of those. Now we give it one of these. So you can't expect this. It's got a big top wick. This is a crazy move already. But if we do get the measured move on this thing, for this whole high and tight massive flag, we're talking about MP being a $150 to $180 stock. Might not be as crazy as you think. Really might not be as crazy as you think. This is a beautiful setup for me. So I love this one long term. They're just a winner. They're like a blue chip in the space, you could call it. And if you don't want this, then you want REMX. Another absolute Chad to just have in the long-term accounts, because you know what? They're not going to need less of them in 5 years. Whenever you're thinking of cashing out, they're not going to need less of them. Probably good to have a little bit of allocation in these REMX, these MPs. USAR, probably not a retirement thing. That's riskier, but hey, it can be speculative. You know, they get the contracts they need to do whatever. I don't know. You know, they'll find a way. They always try to find a way. And, you know, every 1 out of every 5, 10 of these kind of companies will, and they'll be a 10 bag. I think that UUUU is probably going to be one of those. That'll be a $100 stock in 5, 10 years. So yeah, allocate a little bit to some speculative stuff for sure if you want to. Long-term stuff is a lot safer. Like if you want uranium, CCJ, that's a great pick, or URNM, that's a ETF with the different miners. If you want the rare earths, like we're talking about, I think UUU is good, but I think that's speculative, so safe play MP or the REMX, the ETF. Really cool setups there. Let's go back to the grid and check in on some of the other stocks. What's happening in the market? All right, SPY with the grind up to VWAP. That was just about our target, and now we're flushing on down just a little bit. So be careful if you're in some longs here. Some scalps, that is. That was probably the target. Now we're coming back testing this level that we watched before, just under 707, this kind of pivot where we squeezed up into. So we will keep an eye on that. Yo, what's up? That's Jesse, right? Good to see you, man. How was your day? Make any cool trades? We can pull anything up if you'd like to. Let's see. Talk mentioning, make sure to split your minerals worldwide. I like that. Yeah, split your minerals, kids. That's like eat your vegetables, split your minerals. You like the REMX I like the REMX because it's got that exposure to Chinese stuff as well. I do believe that's the main differentiating factor and why you'll sometimes see REMX move while the others don't. Made a few shorts on MU and Tesla. Ooh, let's pull them up a little bit here. I see some good short areas here. So Jesse, we haven't traded live much together, if at all, I don't think. So I don't know your strategy super well yet. But for me, I'm always looking at the previous opens and closes, stuff like that. Previous pre-market highs and lows, stuff like that. So when I see something up in pre-market, my first kind of thought is, hey, if this thing starts to fade, then I like the risk reward to, well, ideally I like going short because then you can just kind of get an entry on you're kind of getting a little bit of a better deal, going up into the internal liquidity of this previous trading day. Oops. And sometimes what I'll do is I'll target a fib range of the previous day so we can look at that, see if that would have worked. I would have liked a 50% pullback there. Didn't quite give it. But regardless, you get this kind of discount in the morning when it's kind of surging into the pre-market and it looks like they're kind of offloading inventory into maybe retail, maybe people who are a little FOMO-y or something from yesterday. They're like, oh my goodness, it's running pre-market. It's going to go way higher, blah, 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 blah. And then they can flush out on them in the cash session here and really give some nice entries off of, for example, this pre-market low. I like that. This pre-market low level is interesting. And then it came back up into it after flushing it, showing that it was going to be a harsh Tesla day unless it could reclaim the open. Tried to grind back up and get a squeeze and then just hard rejected there. So then what I like to do is whenever there's these kind of levels of rejection, I just keep marking those out. So this one will just drag it down a little bit to kind of show like, okay, when it popped a level and came back down, like the first red candle, like that's kind of what I kind of want to look at. That's where the seller kind of stepped in. So you can see right bottom there. So when we come back up in there, if there's a seller still there, that's another good place for a short. So you can just kind of say, hey, we know the direction of the stock very likely just by the way that it first acted. It was up in the pre-market. Then when volume really came in, they just hammered it. Every time it drifts up, they're hammering it again. And then you can say, all right, the odds are pretty good that they're going to try to hammer it again here. And then you can just be playing for, hey, I'm going to trim on a new low. Trim there. I'll get a big pop. Well, my stop's over here. And once you see the sellers kind of start to take back over and get stuck under these moving averages again. So I wouldn't short anywhere up here. But maybe when it comes down here and it shows this red candle off the moving average ribbons again, you could try to get back in there. Get back in here. Gives you a lot of looks. So I love a good trending day there. Good trending day. Yeah, Jesse's saying he looks at those pre-markets, sets those levels. Absolutely. Let's pull back just a little bit into the day and see what's shaking. All right, there's that little flush that we were talking about. Where might we be heading? Is this potentially a little bear flag that might play out here? Quite potentially. What's also possible is this is just going to kind of retransact where we kind of gapped up on this news, just smooth out the tape, and then form an overall kind of curly bottom structure. I think that would look like a reclaim of 706.60. That's a pretty notable level. So guys, we have 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left until the mock candle, and then we are going to be watching that. So no earnings stream today, but I will leave you with, I have some notes on earnings. So if anybody is trading those earnings, we'll give you some areas to watch and some kind of narratives to take a look for. And at the very least, we can check in on how our predictions were looking the next day, and how the narratives kind of played out there. So right now, SPY wicked back into this little imbalance. There's the imbalance. And finding buyers for now. We'll see if that holds and if we can reclaim that 706.60 handle. Meanwhile, what else is going on? Let's catch up on these comments. Let's check in on oil, still creeping up there. So yeah, you can see I haven't even been having VIX on my screen very much. Like, it's useful for sure, but just USO is such a helpful one. It's just really just trading completely opposite to SPY. And when it's surging like this, you just see an instant follow through. So that's spooky. Okay. I'm gonna look for headlines again. Oh shoot, I think I'm seeing a headline that says Iran's decision to not attend Wednesday's meeting is final. Okay, well, that's bearish. And we are seeing that reaction quite aggressively here. Stuff's freezing there. Okay, oil looks like new high of the day there. That is quite a move. We're talking 3.5% in maybe twice as many minutes. SPY looks like very close to a new low day. I would expect if it loses that low of day to flush another dollar pretty quickly to the 702.75 handle. And there it's going to be a battle, guys. There it's going to be a battle, because I think it wouldn't be surprising if we need to run it down to the 700 at least, undercut that a little bit, reclaim or retest the buyers there. Oh, and I just see Vance called off the trip to Pakistan. Oh boy. That's a new low day, so I would be very careful being long here. Wow. All right, we've been short biased all day in the Discord. I sure wish I held some of those personally, though. I did not. I did not. Wow, quite a flush there. That's a $4 move in 20 minutes or so off the VWAP, and that's just brutal. Whew. That's why we're trading small here, guys. These moves are intense. Yeah, your hedge working already? Yeehaw. Yeehaw. All right. So we're still cooking down here. We got to keep an eye on where we can head. We are breaking out of a nice wedge on the daily and on the 1 minute on USO. So we've got some juice here. Man, this is quite the washout. Start pulling up some other things to keep an eye on here. Sorry, just thinking, guys. Just absorbing. Oof. 7-0. Wow. 702.75. We just filled the gap. We just filled the gap on the daily. And this is heavy into it too. Wow. Oh, I wish I sure did. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Congrats if you caught it there. What a move. And now we would expect a little bit of stabilization just off of that gap fill. I'll pull that up on the daily. Man. So as you can see, there's the gap fill. There's the target acquired, filled, And now we got to wait and see. You would expect this to bid up a little bit, maybe test the lows of the day from earlier, and we can reevaluate there. Yeah, no, I mean, I still have hedges on, but I'm sleepy, you know. I just kind of keep them on. I just keep them on with stop limit or limit orders, and it kind of saves me the stress. So, I can't trade every account too actively. So, luckily, in a lot of cash and kind of been expecting a pullback, but man, I just didn't have any of those high juice options that we were looking at earlier. Those are going to be about a 7 to 8, 9, 10 bag now. Probably would have been worth my time. All right, so we got the fill to 702.75. A dead cat bounce would look like a retest of 705. That is where bulls might try to rip it up to now that we've just kind of flushed out the tape there and closed things there. Battle's up 30%. That's wild. Sheesh. What's up with Palantir? I honestly forgot about my setup. Let's take a look at that. Oh, the 150. Time to short. That's kind of compelling. USO pushing higher, by the way, too. So this is just a dead cat on SPY. One of these will be wrong. We'll see if USO fades, and if SPY can kind of trend back up a little bit, try to reclaim something in a failed breakdown, or if this is just going to be a smaller dead cat and SPY gets pulled back down pretty quickly. Yeah, you like the short on Palantir? I do as well. I think that high time frame, it's still looking kind of rough here. Not liking this candle on APLD as well. I'm gonna close the rest of my swing on that. It's just down to a runner, but if it ain't working, it ain't working. All right, 1 second, guys. Yeah, I'll pick up some of that Palantir just to add, or PLTD. There also is a 2x PLTZ if you want to be a little spicier. So here's the pop back to 705 that we just talked about. Let's see if this fades or if it reclaims. I think this might be the place to get a little bit of a short in. If you need a hedge, I should say. Okay, picked up some there. And to me, it looks like it's going to go lower. Sorry for the dead air here. 1 second, fellas. There we go. All right. So, decent little washout there. We're now watching the little bit of a dead cat back into this 9 moving average. It can still come up a little bit more. Pull this up on a chart that I can doodle on. And remember, mock candle in 1 minute. Wow, they waited till the end of the day to just knife this thing. Brutal sell there. Okay, to me, I think this does continue into tomorrow, so be careful, guys. It could be the start of a pretty rough sell. So definitely keep book profits if you've had them from this crazy rally. Make sure you don't get caught with just all long, no hedges on the books, I would say. So we'll see if SPY can try to make a higher low on this 1 minute. It could come up to the equilibrium of the flush candle there. Equilibrium of that would be right about the 21 minute there at 705, just a little bit over that. So we'll see if it wants to pop there before making a decision. Man, we sure did not get this W. Okay, there's a little decent bid coming in there. And let's see what it does at the 9 or the 21. Yeah, smashed already. It's a battle, though. It's a battle. So that's the mock candle, right? So buyers are trying to buy this up here, but it's getting sold into pretty darn hard. We'll see where it closes. I want to see where the 1 minute and the 5 minute close. Then really briefly, we will talk about the earnings as well. But that was a little excitement there. Whew. Okay, so big top wick here. 20 seconds left on this 1 minute candle. Gonna be keeping an eye on that. It's not gonna close very strong, is it? Bulls, you gotta hold the line. You gotta hold the line. This ain't looking good, brothers. This ain't looking good. They failed. See how the candle closed low and instantly the bears rammed it down the next candle too, right at that flip. So now we'll see. Now we'll see how strong the bears are. But that close gave them the chance to keep on pushing it down off this 9 moving average, and the momentum is still down. What do we got? 30 seconds left. So bulls step in at the halfway point of the candle. They're going to try to flip it, but I think bears might hold the line. And yeah, power it on down. So you'll often see that. It's like kind of like a game. It's like if you're expecting, ooh, all right, bulls still have some fight in them. 8 seconds left. 8 seconds left. And see the bears still push it down. It's like I always think of it like a football game with like quarters in each minute candle, you know? It's like, oh, they had us in the first half, but then we, had a good locker room talk and we came out swinging, came out strong, used our ammunition then, that kind of thing. Just interesting to watch these candles play out intra candle because they can actually give you so much information if you know what to look for. And it can really help with these 0 DTE or these scalps if you guys are in and out within a few minutes. Really, really important to be able to read what's happening within a candle so you don't get super, super exuberant and buy up in this wick thinking we're going to go all the way back up when in reality, you are exit liquidity. So now I would expect this to continue. Into the bell here, we have 8 minutes left. 8 minutes left. Whew, what a move. All right, zooming out just a little bit. What's my ONDS doing? Do I need to close that too? It's 1087. That's pretty resilient. I think that's relative strength. I'm not worried about it. I ain't worried about it. Palantir looking weak too. So glad I did that short there. Good call there, talk. It's been a pretty like when it wants to roll, you get pretty good moves on it. So I think it's worth taking a shot here. I want to look at the weekly too. Like it doesn't look terrible on the weekly. It looks like it could be a flag, right? But these are top wicks on the weekly. It's starting to post another top wick here. We could see some pretty good expansion down and still remain in this structure overall before we kind of make a decision about whether it's breaking down further to 100, whether it's going to be a flag that's going to break out. But as far as I see, every time it's over this blue and it loses momentum, it's been a pretty good short, and you get a place to sell under the blue for a swing. So I think wants to test. It is really testing, but this was a lower low. I don't think this is a valid base. I think this very easily could come on down, make a new low, do something like this. Flush out through 100, and then you buy it there. Something like that. Okay, 5 minutes left. So really quickly, let's talk about earnings. Got a few earnings plays for y'all. Give me 1 second. All right, as we watch SPY probably die. So United Airlines, this is going to be probably the most important, I think, And let's see. So essentially, we're going to be watching the full year 2026 EPS guidance. I think this is the most important thing to watch. So the first quarter is always going to be weak for airlines in general, but the question is whether the management can kind of pull their annual guidance. Sorry, this is such tiny writing. Given unhedged fuel costs. So if they can cut or withdraw it, that's a major signal. So the average analyst price target is going to be about, sorry, tiny writing here. I'll keep it simple. The bull case, you want this guidance to hold. You want the fuel cost assumptions to turn out to be conservative. So that's what we're really looking for. The bear case is going to be that they cut or withdraw that full year guidance, and that would be due to that fuel uncertainty. So if you break that 90 level on UAL, it can really flush out, and that's kind of going to be the level of support that I'm looking for. I'm watching this 1 minute candle as well. I got something beeping at me. I hope you guys can't hear that. Things are happening in the market, guys. Capital One is also reporting. By the way, the expected move on UAL is 7 to 8%. On Capital One here, the expected move is going to be 5%. Last year it moved about 7.5%. So what we want to see here, few things. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to keep track of some stuff that's off screen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this document with y'all in my Discord. Yeah, I do not have time to review all of this right now. There's a few things I want to check on quickly on our swings because I have some alerts going off. So the first one is BMNR coming down and testing the slow part again. And I want to kind of evaluate how I'm feeling about this one into the daily kind of levels. Talk, you're out. Good to see you, man. Appreciate you. You're out too. Adrian, right on, brother. Yeah, I'm getting hungry too. We're getting fried. Yeah, we're not doing the earnings report today. We're going to be doing it tomorrow for Tesla. That's going to be the big one there. So conserve your energy, save it for then. Until then, keeping an eye on BMNR because it is coming into this 9 moving average. That's one of the alerts that I've been getting over and over in my year here. So market wants me to know it's trading into this level. If it can undercut maybe to this 21 and then reclaim, that might be a valid entry for me. Keep an eye on that 22 handle on BMNR. Another one that's pinging for me is my FCX. So this one, yeah, it flushed out hard into the end of the day. Not the best look, and looks like it might need to come down and fill some of these imbalances a little bit too with the overall market weakness. So not super surprising with how the market responded to that news, and that is pretty bearish news. So we're just gonna have to keep on watching as these kind of potential long setups negotiate this news and see if we get the taco that we probably need to save these setups. Otherwise, we can flush out pretty hard. So that's where I'm at, guys. You gotta keep hedges on in this environment because one headline can really mess you up. As you can see, that was a 708 to 702.50. That was quite a significant move. Just very quickly, almost a $5 move. Mike says he's done. Ring that bell. I think I'm with him. Market wants to basically stop this and chill and find their footing here and hopefully not get any worse headlines overnight. But this is a bad one, guys. So we'll play it by ear. We'll see what happens tomorrow. And we're going to be watching these earnings, specifically United Airlines for their forward guidance. I think it's going to be really important. One more thing, watch out for ISRG for the tariff, the effects of tariffs on business in the kind of, I think this is going to be one of the most important headlines of this kind of day of news cycles for the earnings. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words here. I think I need a little bit of a break, but I'm going to drop a link for this in just a second in my Discord for anybody interested in these earnings, and we're going to be starting to post these every day to go over them on the calls. So thanks so much for tuning in, y'all. Oh yeah, before I go, I did say I'd talk about car. Let's look at that. Yeah, Steve, appreciate you being here, fellow Steve. Yeah, today, sorry, a little bit wore out here, a little bit tilty. Then I missed that short after calling it all day on my Discord. But I was in meetings, didn't get the entry, didn't want to chase. Definitely should have. Sometimes you gotta chase. That's what I'm starting to learn. What do I think about car? It went up again. What I think about car is that you can't short it. Not till it gives you a valid short signal. Can't long it because that's silly. So you watch it and it's a spectacle, and maybe you catch something intraday, because I think that you guys can probably catch something intraday like this. It kind of scares me. I don't really know what to make of this one. So this is where you refer to Josh and some of our other small cap traders, Mitch. Michael has a little bit of experience with these as well, I believe, and they're going to know better than I, because when I look at this, I go, this looks like something that could really hurt me if I'm wrong, and this looks like something where I'd start to, like, I just want to short it. I don't really have any interest in longing this, So therefore, it could hurt me, and it's probably a good idea for me to not trade it. All right, guys, that's going to be it for me here. We got the bell. That's pencils down. And the closing price, 704. So we closed above the gap after filling the gap on the daily. We'll see if that was enough of a little bit of a pullback for us to chill out, or if we need to kind of make another leg down. That candle close is wrong. We are trading at the low. We are in the gap. All right, guys. So keep an eye on that level tomorrow. Those gap levels, 702.75 to the downside, and I believe what is to the upside? Roughly 706. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Till then, trade safe and take care of yourself. Later.